Tonight's episode is a special compilation. Every once in a while, I put these longer collections together so you have something steady and familiar to fall asleep to. They move at an easy pace, and the calm tone stays with you for hours, which can make it a little easier to drift off and stay asleep. In this compilation, we'll explore 3 stories that sit quietly at the edge of American history. First, we'll visit the Roswell Incident. Then we'll move through the secret world of Project M, K-Ultra. And finally, we'll drift into the long journey of the space race. Before you settle in, take a moment to like and subscribe. But only if this kind of quiet storytelling truly helps you relax and unwind. I'd love to hear from you in the comments. Share where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you right now. I really enjoy reading what you write, and it's comforting to see people from all around the world gathering here, slowly winding down side by side, even though we're far apart. Now, make yourself comfortable. Dim the lights, and if you'd like, switch on a fan or a little white noise for that steady background hum that helps the world fade away. Let your breathing slow, let your body relax, and together we'll drift into tonight's story at an easy, gentle pace. We'll start tonight with the Roswell Incident. It's a quiet story that begins in the summer heat of 1947, out on the wide-open plains of New Mexico. The events that followed turned a simple discovery into one of the most talked-about mysteries in American history. Let's ease into it now and take a gentle look at how the story first began. Chapter 1. The 1947 UFO sightings and the rancher's discovery. It's the summer of 1947, a time when America felt wide awake and perhaps a little afraid. World War II was over, but a new kind of tension had arrived, something they called the Cold War. The United States was the only nation with nuclear weapons, and there was deep concern that the Soviets were trying to build their own. This created a huge appetite for secrecy, especially in places like New Mexico, which was the beating heart of America's atomic projects. The town of Roswell itself was central to this national secret. It was home to a very elite military unit, the 509 Bomber Group. They were the only group in the world equipped with the atomic bomb, meaning the military base there was essentially always on full alert. People in this region were known to be incredibly patriotic, supportive of everything the military did, and intensely focused on keeping secrets safe. But by the summer of that year, 1947, America had another new worry. Something buzzing across the headlines: flying objects. It started just a few weeks earlier in June, with an event that gave the objects their famous name. A respected pilot named Kenneth Arnold was flying over Washington State when he reported seeing 9 shiny objects moving quickly through the sky. Supportive of everything the military did, and intensely focused on keeping secrets safe. But by the summer of that year, 1947, America had another new worry. Something buzzing across the headlines: flying objects. It started just a few weeks earlier in June with an event that gave the objects their famous name. A respected pilot named Kenneth Arnold was flying over Washington State when he reported seeing 9 shiny objects moving quickly through the sky. He told reporters that the objects moved in a strange way, like a teacup saucer skipping across the surface of a lake. And just like that, the term flying saucer was born. It didn't take long for the reports to increase in number. Hundreds of sightings were reported, and people started calling it a mass hysteria. Not surprisingly, much of this mysterious aerial activity seemed to center right over New Mexico, the very spot where America held its biggest military secrets. People worried that someone else was very interested in the nation's military potential. By late June, the sightings became intense. Residents in the southern part of the state were spooked by nearly 70 sightings of these fast-moving aerial phenomena. Witnesses described bright objects, often moving quickly across the sky, but they weren't acting like falling stars or meteorites. Local Sheriff George Wilcox started receiving dozens of calls from folks who were confused and nervous about what they were seeing. Then, in early July, something much more dramatic occurred. On the evening of July 2nd, the New Mexico desert experienced a severe lightning storm. This area often sees rough weather, but this was a particularly violent electrical event. Ranchers would sometimes stand outside to watch where the rain shafts came down, because their livestock needed the water. Witnesses later described hearing a sound between the thunderclaps, something that sounded like an explosion. Some reported seeing a large, pulsating light in the northern sky. A few days later, a local rancher named Mac Brazel was out on the Foster Ranch. He was the foreman of that ranch, checking on his sheep and trying to get them to water. What he stumbled across was unlike anything he'd ever seen before. Brazel found a massive debris field. It wasn't a small pile, but a huge area covered in strange wreckage. One researcher would later say it stretched nearly a mile long and was a couple of 100 feet wide. Mac was mainly annoyed by the mess. The material was spread out so extensively that he had to drive his sheep around it, because the animals wouldn't cross the area. Brazel collected some pieces of this wreckage. He took samples to his closest neighbors, Floyd and Loretta Proctor. Loretta Proctor would become the first person outside of the ranch to see this odd material. The physical nature of the debris was the strangest part of the story. Brazel described metallic-looking material that was paper-thin, but unlike normal metal or foil, it was practically weightless. Even more unusual, you couldn't cut it. If you took a piece and crumpled it up into a ball, it would immediately straighten itself right back out again. It was like a memory metal, or just a lot tougher than normal tinfoil. The Proctors, having read the headlines about the new phenomenon, suggested to Mac that he should probably report the debris, saying it might be one of those UFOs they'd been reading about. So, Mac Brazel made the long 75-mile drive into Roswell. On Sunday, July 6th, 1947, the rancher arrived at the office of Sheriff George Wilcox. Mac brought in 2 boxes filled with the wreckage. The sheriff, after handling the strange material himself, immediately recognized that this was a serious matter. It was urgent enough that he called the Roswell Army Airfield to let them know about the debris. The commander of the base, Colonel William Blanchard, took the call seriously. He was a highly decorated military pilot. He promptly dispatched his chief intelligence officer, Major Jesse Marcel. Major Marcel was told to go investigate the strange report. Marcel was accompanied by an agent for Army counterintelligence, Sheridan Cavett. They set off to meet Rancher Brazel. The following morning, Monday, July 7, Major Marcel and the agent arrived at the debris field with Mac Brazel. The sheer amount of wreckage was the first thing that struck Major Marcel. He would later claim that there was just so much material scattered across the ground. Marcel and Cavett spent the better part of the day there, looking at the debris and trying to figure out exactly what it was. As the sun began to set, Marcel began gathering up different pieces of the unusual material and putting them into boxes to load into the trunk of his car. He knew that the moment this material crossed the front gate of the Roswell Army Airfield, it would instantly be classified as top secret. But what he did next was a serious breach of military rules, something uncharacteristic of an officer sworn to secrecy. As he made the drive back to the base, Major Marcel stopped at his home. It was late, maybe around 2 o'clock in the morning, and he was very excited. He woke up his wife and his 11-year-old son, Jesse Jr., because he felt the material was so strange, so unusual, and so significant that he just had to show them what he believed were parts of a flying saucer. He spread the pieces out on the kitchen floor for his family to see. And that's where the story of the cover-up truly begins. Chapter 2. Major Marcel's wreckage analysis and the Army Air Force press release. Now let's return to the New Mexico desert and the days following the rancher's strange discovery. It's Monday morning, July 7th, 1947, and the small town of Roswell is about to enter history. The military was already moving when Sheriff Wilcox called the Army airfield about the wreckage Mac Brazel had brought in. The base commander, Colonel William Blanchard, quickly dispatched his chief intelligence officer, Major Jesse Marcel. Colonel Blanchard himself was a highly decorated military pilot. In fact, he had previously supervised the mission of the famous plane, the Enola Gay, that dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima back in 1945. Blanchard commanded the 509th Bomber Group, which was the only nuclear-equipped bomber squadron in the world at that time. So when something unusual crashed in the desert, this base was always on full alert. Major Marcel, a seasoned intelligence officer who had earned 2 air medals and a Bronze Star during World War II, was the right man for the job. He was accompanied by Sheridan Cavett, an agent for Army counterintelligence. Marcel and Cavett arrived at the debris field with Mac Brazel that Monday morning. The sheer scale of the wreckage was the first thing that struck Major Marcel. He later described the debris field as massive, stretching almost a mile long and a couple of 100 feet wide. Major Marcel and Cavett spent the better part of the day examining the debris, trying to figure out what it was. At that point, the material had already been out there for days, which suggested to some that it clearly wasn't American military equipment, because if it were, someone would have been looking for it already. Marcel collected various pieces of the debris, carefully placing them into boxes and loading them into his car. Cavett concentrated on the general area of the wreckage, while Marcel began the long drive back to Roswell. Major Marcel had a long history of protecting military secrets and understood the urgency of his mission. He knew that the very moment the material crossed the front gate of the Roswell Army airfield, it would instantly be classified as top secret. Yet, according to his family, he committed an uncharacteristic breach of military rules on his way back to base. It was late, maybe 2 o'clock in the morning, when Marcel stopped at his home. He was very excited, believing he had found something strange and significant enough to risk his entire career. He woke up his wife and his 11-year-old son, Jesse Jr., because he was convinced he had parts of a flying saucer, and he wanted them to see it. Jesse Jr. later recalled his father bringing in the material and spreading it out on the kitchen floor for them to examine. The descriptions of this material were truly extraordinary. Marcel, who was familiar with almost all materials used in aircraft and air travel, was certain this wreckage wasn't anything from Earth. He saw material that was paper-thin and metal-like, but practically weightless. You couldn't cut it, and you couldn't burn it. If you bent or crumpled it up, it immediately straightened, right back out to its original shape, like memory metal. Jesse Jr. confirmed that the materials were very light and very strong. But the most unusual part of the debris, according to Jesse Jr., was the I-beam fragments. These small I-beams were very light and strong. What set them apart was the writing on the inside surface of them. Jesse Jr. thought the symbols looked like hieroglyphics or some kind of alien writing. Jesse Sr. also described silken strands of material, which some researchers now claim sounded like fiber optics, a technology that wasn't even developed until years later. Jesse Marcel Jr. spent a lifetime thinking about the strange material his father allowed him to handle that night. His father was willing to take a chance with his whole military career just to show his wife and son what he believed he had found. The following morning, Major Marcel arrived at the Roswell Army Airfield for the regular officers' meeting and presented the debris to Colonel Blanchard. Blanchard immediately ordered his public affairs officer, First Lieutenant Walter Haut, to issue an immediate press release. Walter Haut was the base's public relations officer for the 509th Bomb Group. Blanchard instructed Haut to put out a press release that essentially stated that the Army Air Corps had recovered a flying disc. This was the only time in United States history that the government had announced possession at the Roswell Army Airfield for the regular officers' meeting and presented the debris to Colonel Blanchard. Blanchard immediately ordered his public affairs officer, First Lieutenant Walter Haut, to issue an immediate press release. Walter Haut was the base's public relations officer for the 509th Bomb Group. Blanchard instructed Haut to put out a press release that essentially stated that the Army Air Corps had recovered a flying disc. This was the only time in United States history that the government had announced possession of a flying saucer. Blanchard was known by colleagues as someone who was no fool, and he wasn't the kind of man to put out such a dramatic press release without being absolutely certain of his facts. As soon as the story hit the Roswell Daily Record and was broadcast by the local radio station, it went worldwide. Newspapers and radio stations across the nation, and even the world, quickly picked up the incredible news that the widely publicized mystery of the flying saucers might soon be solved. News organizations from New York and London were calling the base, wanting to know more about the recovery of the disc. The press release revealed few details, only mentioning that Major Marcel had recovered the debris and that it was now being sent to higher military headquarters for inspection. It's important to remember that the nation was already buzzing about UFOs. Just a couple of weeks earlier, Kenneth Arnold's sighting had given the phenomenon its name, flying saucer, because the objects moved like a saucer skipping across water. Hundreds of sightings had followed. The news from Roswell gave Americans hope that they would finally have answers about what these mysterious, fast-traveling craft were, and if they were from another world. The news that a flying saucer had been discovered and inspected was the biggest story in the country. However, the Army chain of command immediately took control. Colonel Blanchard ordered Major Marcel to fly the material to Fort Worth, Texas, to present the material to his superior, Brigadier General Roger Ramey, head of the 8th Air Force. Marcel thought he was flying to Fort Worth with pieces of flying saucer debris. But the moment the news hit the wires, the clock started ticking on the cover-up. Just a few hours after the news broke, the Army retracted the story. As soon as Major Marcel arrived at Fort Worth that afternoon, he presented the material to General Ramey. Ramey took Marcel to an adjoining map room. When Marcel and the general returned to the office, the real material was gone, and in its place was a collection of debris from a weather balloon. The cover-up had begun. General Ramey called a press conference, and photos were taken of Marcel, Ramey, and Colonel Thomas Dubose with the pieces of aluminum foil, sticks, and rubber strips, which were claimed to be the real wreckage. The official story now was simple. Mystery solved. It's just a weather balloon device. Nothing to worry about. The press accepted this new explanation, and the story that the flying disc was nothing more than a weather balloon quickly spread throughout the country. General Ramey himself told the newsmen what the material was and to forget about it. Major Marcel was photographed holding the mundane debris. Even though his family says he was forced to go along with the deception, Marcel was the face of the lie in the newspaper. He said he was at liberty to say nothing. All he could do was keep his mouth shut, even though he and General Ramey both knew differently. Marcel claimed he was forced to go along with the cover-up. All personnel at the base were ordered never to talk about what had transpired again. Overnight, one of the greatest headline stories became nothing but a footnote. But Major Marcel knew the truth. He was quite sure that whatever he had found and brought back from the desert was not anything from this earth. Chapter 3. The Official Retraction and Military Witness Intimidation. The Army chain of command acted swiftly to regain control of the narrative. Colonel Blanchard, who had authorized the initial press release, ordered Major Jesse Marcel to fly the recovered material immediately to Fort Worth, Texas. Marcel was to present the wreckage to Brigadier General Roger Ramey, who was the head of the 8th Air Force and Blanchard's commanding officer. Marcel thought he was flying to Fort Worth with pieces of actual flying saucer debris. Major Marcel arrived at the Fort Worth Army Airfield, sometimes called Carswell Army Airfield, approximately around 4 o'clock that afternoon. He presented the material he had collected from the desert to General Ramey. But the moment the news hit the wire, the plan to contain the story had already been set in motion. According to researchers, General Ramey quickly took Marcel to an adjoining map room. When Major Marcel and the general returned to the office, the real, strange debris was gone. In its place, scattered on the floor, was debris from a weather balloon. The cover-up had begun. Within hours of the initial flying disc announcement, the Army called a hasty press conference at Fort Worth. The purpose was simple: to officially retract the dramatic story. General Ramey, with Colonel Thomas Dubose and Major Marcel standing with him, presented the new official explanation. The whole thing was just a mistake, and the debris was nothing more than a high-altitude weather observation balloon. The general made sure the press accepted this new story immediately. Ramey told the newsmen what the material was and to forget about it, claiming that so far as it could be determined, no one had actually seen the object in the air. The press accepted this retraction, and the original story that a flying disc had crashed became nothing but a footnote overnight. Major Marcel was photographed holding the mundane debris, the aluminum foil, rubber strips, sticks, and paper that supposedly came from the weather balloon. This photo placed him at the very center of the lie. Marcel later stated that he was not at liberty to make any comments, and that all he could do was keep his mouth shut. He confirmed that he and General Ramey both knew differently, but he was forced to go along with the cover-up. Marcel later said that General Ramey simply told him, "This is what you're going to do." The military's new message was clear: mystery solved. It's just a weather balloon device, nothing to worry about. The Army Air Forces decided that the widely publicized mystery was merely a mistake. Meanwhile, back in New Mexico, the military moved to enforce silence on everyone connected to the incident. All personnel at the Roswell Army Airfield were ordered never to talk about what had transpired again. This pressure extended far beyond the base walls and into the desert communities. Mac Brazel, the rancher who first found the wreckage, quickly became the first civilian face of the cover-up. Brazel had initially been eager to be interviewed by the local radio station, KGFL. The morning the military officially retracted the story, the military was waiting for him at the radio station. They effectively arrested Brazel, detaining him and hiding him out at the base for 4 or 5 full days. During his detention, Brazel was denied access to a phone and was subjected to rigorous questioning and intimidation. He later complained that he felt like he was in jail and that they asked him the same questions over and over again, all about a supposed weather balloon. Days later, Mac Brazel was escorted by the military to the local newspapers and radio stations, including KGFL. To the dismay of the reporter, Frank Joyce, Brazel now only described the wreckage as rubber strips, tin foil, some paper, and balsa wood. He claimed he regretted coming forward. Joyce realized what was happening, noting the military police present, and in his frustration, he took the rancher off the air. Brazel's son, Bill, later recalled that his father told him he was told not to tell anyone, saying, "You're probably better off without knowing." Mac Brazel gave his word he wouldn't talk about it. The military report put forward at that time blindsided not only Marcel, but also Mac Brazel, who was known to be familiar with weather balloons. Mac's son later confirmed that his father had said, "It was not a weather balloon." The intimidation tactics used on the witnesses were far more severe than merely asking them to be quiet. Alleged eyewitness accounts suggest that the military swept through Roswell and the nearby small town of Corona, threatening scores of individuals who had heard the story. These local residents were warned to keep quiet, and some were even threatened with being charged with treason, which carried the death penalty. The fear was real in 1947, as people were very patriotic and understood the duty not to talk about anything for government safety. One young civilian witness who faced severe intimidation was Frankie Rowe. Frankie was just 12 years old when her father, a fireman, had told his family about seeing the crashed craft and the small, large-headed bodies. Soon after, a military car drove up to her house. An officer wearing sunglasses and never taking his hat off positioned himself across the table from Frankie and her mother. He insisted she had never been to the fire station, had not seen anything, and had not heard any conversation. When Frankie, who had been raised not to lie, insisted she had seen the material, the officer got louder old when her father, a fireman, had told his family about seeing the crashed craft and the small, large-headed bodies. Soon after, a military car drove up to her house. An officer wearing sunglasses and never taking his hat off positioned himself across the table from Frankie and her mother. He insisted she had never been to the fire station, had not seen anything, and had not heard any conversation. When Frankie, who had been raised not to lie, insisted she had seen the material, the officer got louder. He took out a stick-like object and began beating it on his hand as he spoke. The officer then issued a terrifying threat. He told them that if she ever talked about it for the rest of her life, the military could and would do things to them. He threatened to take all the children to a POW camp, like the German Orchard Park or the Japanese Artesia camp, and put their parents in the other camp. Worse, he threatened their lives, saying, "We don't even have to let you live, and we'd put you in the middle of the desert where no one will ever find your bodies, ever." The military demanded that she promise never to speak of it for the rest of her life. Frankie made that promise. After the officer left, her mother never spoke about the incident again, and Frankie herself didn't discuss it until many years later. Researchers confirmed that her story is corroborated by her sister and other testimony, which suggests that officials used whatever means necessary to silence people. The family of Sheriff George Wilcox, the man who first called the base, was also targeted. His family was told that if the sheriff talked about the incident, not only would he be killed, but his wife and daughters would be killed as well. The whole family would be wiped out. This wide range of testimonies shows the severe pressure placed on individuals to keep them silent. The military people were often threatened with imprisonment, while civilians faced threats of death and the wiping out of their entire family. With the original debris replaced by a weather balloon and the witnesses effectively silenced by fear, the greatest headline story in the world quickly disappeared from the news. The official word was that they had simply made a mistake, and the story was over. Roswell, which had been a very patriotic town, became a brainwashed town. The people accepted the government's word that it was just a weather balloon. The story lay dormant for decades. But the secret remained hidden in the memories of men like Major Marcel, who swore he was forced to participate in the deception, and in the sheer terror of people like Frankie Rowe, who knew that something truly unusual had fallen from the sky that strange, stormy night in 1947. Chapter 4. Eyewitness accounts of recovered alien craft and bodies. The story of Roswell doesn't end with the debris found far out on the Foster Ranch and the military's quick explanation of a simple weather balloon. For many people, the most compelling and dramatic part of the mystery centers on a second location, an alleged crash site much closer to the town of Roswell itself. Settle in and let's explore these unsettling accounts. While Major Jesse Marcel and others were focused on cleaning up the wide debris field 75 miles away, the presence of military guards and a tight cordon much closer to Roswell suggested to some investigators that something else entirely must have happened in the immediate vicinity. Why would the military block roads right near town if the crash site was so remote? The security only made sense if a craft had impacted closer to the base. According to these subsequent accounts, a second crash site was allegedly found approximately 35 miles north of Roswell. This was supposedly the main impact zone where the craft itself had come down. Witnesses claimed that the craft found here was much smaller, perhaps 15 to 25 feet long, and more or less intact, though damaged. It was near this site that the extraordinary claims of recovered alien bodies began to surface. One alleged eyewitness, Jim Ragsdale, later claimed in an affidavit to have seen the ship crash 50 miles northwest of Roswell and described how the military quickly arrived to remove both the damaged alien ship and its dead crew. The most detailed and disturbing testimonies came from civilians who were close to those responding to the event. For instance, the family of a Roswell fireman, Frankie Rowe, claimed her father came home excited and upset, describing what he and his crew had been called out to see at Blackwater Draw. They were expecting a normal plane crash, but found something that was not an airplane and was not from this world. Her father told his family that when they got there, they saw that there were two small bodies laying on the ground outside of the craft that were dead. And even more remarkably, there was one what he called little person walking around who was still alive. When Frankie's mother asked what they looked like, the fireman said they were very small, about the size of a small 10-year-old child. The heads, he said, were too large for the bodies and had no hair, with large eyes. They would have large heads, large eyes, and small mouths with no ears or noses, only nostrils. The fireman emphasized that the live being was very sad, and you could feel the hurt from this little person who was so saddened by the death of the others. He also stressed that there was no need to be afraid, because they weren't here to hurt anyone. The bodies, allegedly 5 in total, were described by many witnesses in a similar way. They were 4 feet tall and had pale skin. At first they appeared to be naked, but they were actually wearing very tight-fitting suits made of a fine metallic cloth. After recovery, the bodies were said to have been covered by sheets and then placed into lead-lined body bags. These claims suggest the military was handling not just strange wreckage, but biological remains. This is supported by the story of Glenn Dennis, a local mortician who had a contract with the air base. Dennis allegedly received a very odd request from the military for child-sized coffins. Furthermore, he later encountered strange debris and was confronted by officers at the base hospital while he was aiding an injured airman. The officers told him he had seen and heard nothing. He was threatened that if he opened his mouth, they would be picking his bones out of the sand. These severe threats were similar to those used to silence the rancher, Mac Brazel, and Sheriff Wilcox's family. Other military personnel were also allegedly involved in securing and moving the bodies. Accounts mentioned that after the bodies were recovered, they were sealed into a long crate, which was transported to Hangar 84 at the Roswell Army Airfield, and left there overnight under heavy guard by military police. Lieutenant Walter Haut, the base public relations officer who issued the initial flying disc press release, later claimed in a sworn affidavit to have been taken by Colonel Blanchard to this secured area, Hangar P3, also known as Building 84. Haut said he saw the recovered object there, which he described as 12 to 15 feet long and 6 feet high, resembling an egg with a metallic surface, but having no windows, wings, or landing gear. He also saw a couple of bodies under a canvas tarp. He noted that they had large heads and were child-sized. The movement of this extraordinary cargo happened under strict secrecy, often at night. Witnesses described military vehicles moving quickly in the dark and armed guards watching as aircraft were loaded for transport. Special flights, sometimes B-29s or C-54s, were loaded with crates of varying sizes. The military even told the flight crews that they were simply flying the general's furniture to Fort Worth. The destination of this highly sensitive cargo was first Fort Worth, Texas, but then quickly onto high-security military sites like Kirtland Air Base and Los Alamos. Ultimately, the remains of the craft and the bodies were allegedly shipped to Wright Field in Ohio, which was a top-secret military base responsible for examining enemy aircraft. The entire operation was handled with ruthless efficiency. The impact sites were allegedly swept clean, with troops shoulder to shoulder, picking up every last shard of wreckage. All participants, civilian and military, were debriefed and told that the recovery was a highly classified event and that they must forget that it ever happened. This deep and lasting secrecy around the body recovery and the shipment of the wreckage is one of the key elements that has convinced so many that the government recovered something truly extraordinary, something not of this world, and that they have been hiding the evidence ever since. Chapter 5. The Project Mogul and High-Altitude Crash Test Explanations. Rest your mind now, as we turn away from the mysteries of the desert wreckage and the accounts of strange bodies, to focus instead on the official explanations that emerged decades later. For 31 years after 1947, the story of Roswell lay dormant, a mere footnote in history, until the late 1970s when the retired Major Jesse Marcel finally spoke out, claiming the military had covered up the truth and switched the debris. This resurgence of the story and the subsequent books and television features like The X-Files brought the incident back into the mainstream. By the 1990s, the public pressure and congressional inquiries became too great to ignore. In 1993, a United States congressman from New Mexico, Stephen Schiff, launched an inquiry into the incident, directing the Air Force to conduct an internal investigation. The Air Force, which had previously asserted that it had no interest in unidentified flying objects, suddenly decided to reinvestigate the Roswell case. In 1995, the Air Force released its findings in a report titled Roswell Report, Fact versus Fiction in the New Mexico desert. In this report, the military admitted that the original weather balloon explanation given in 1947 was a lie. However, the new report did not confirm a flying saucer. Instead, it concluded that the material recovered by Major Jesse Marcel from the ranch was actually from a super-secret surveillance program known as Project Mogul. Project Mogul was a military surveillance program developed to detect the signatures of Soviet atomic bomb tests. Balloons equipped with acoustic sensors called transponders were launched to high altitudes where sound moved faster, allowing the military to theoretically detect a nuclear explosion, even if it happened on the other side of the world. The mission was highly classified, marked as Category 1A, the same level as the hydrogen bomb program. The Air Force claimed that this explained the original confusion and the need for the cover-up. Since Project Mogul was top secret, people at the Roswell Army Airfield, including highly trained personnel like Jesse Marcel, were never told about its existence. The military used a security mechanism called compartmentation, which ensured that each participating entity received only enough information to complete its assigned task. Therefore, Major Marcel and the others were not privy to the existence of Mogul. Their job was to deliver nuclear weapons, not to detect them. The physical description of the Project Mogul array seemed to match much of the debris described by the witnesses. The device launched on June 4th, 1947, which may have been the one that crashed, was large and free-trailing, extending some 600 feet long, which is twice the height of the Statue of Liberty. It used large rubber balloons, sometimes 50 of them, and included kite-like radar reflectors called Rowan targets, which had balsa wood frames covered with silver foil. The debris described by Mac Brazel, rubber, silver foil, and balsa wood matched this description perfectly. Investigators found a rational answer for the unusual hieroglyphic symbols Major Marcel's son described seeing on the small I-beams. The Brooklyn Toy Company commissioned to make the radar reflectors used kids' Scotch tape to secure the paper-backed foil to the balsa wood frames. This Scotch tape featured flowered patterns set in a purple dye. After baking in the desert sun, the tape would have peeled off, but the purple dye would have imprinted the wood, leaving behind flowered patterns that looked like strange, foreign writing to the witnesses. To most scientists, Project Mogul became the rational answer to the Roswell mystery. However, the 1995 report failed to satisfy the public because it didn't address two key points: the destruction of the 1947 records and the claims of recovered alien bodies. The Air Force had stated that records such as finance, supplies, and general administrative matters from 1945 through 1949 were destroyed. To answer the lingering questions, the Air Force issued a second report in 1997 titled The Roswell Report, Case Closed. The second report aimed to explain the persistent eyewitness reports of recovered alien bodies. The Air Force concluded that the recovered alien bodies were actually crash test dummies used in high-altitude parachute tests. The project was codenamed Operation High Dive, which involved dropping hundreds of 6-foot-tall dummies from various heights to determine survivable fall parameters. The military noted that sometimes these dummies were discovered burned or damaged, with missing heads, arms, legs, or fingers, which could have led to them being mistaken for 4-foot-tall aliens. However, this explanation was met with extreme skepticism, mostly due to a critical timeline inconsistency. Critics quickly pointed out that in high-altitude parachute tests, the project was codenamed Operation High Dive, which involved dropping hundreds of 6-foot-tall dummies from various heights to determine survivable fall parameters. The military noted that sometimes these dummies were discovered burned or damaged, with missing heads, arms, legs, or fingers, which could have led to them being mistaken for 4-foot-tall aliens. However, this explanation was met with extreme skepticism, mostly due to a critical timeline inconsistency. Critics quickly pointed out that Operation High Dive did not start until 1953, which was 6 years after the Roswell crash. The Air Force offered a vague explanation for this gap, referring to it as time compression, which essentially meant that people got the dates wrong or that the memories of the event were blended with later events. Some researchers mocked this idea, pointing out that the Air Force seemed to be quoting a 55-year-old man about something he saw when he was 5, implying sloppy investigation. Despite the mogul and crash dummy explanations, the public and many investigators remained unconvinced. They argued that asserting the outcome and then having investigators fill in the details is a common government tactic, regardless of how ridiculous the details might be. They noted that while the mogul explanation addressed the wreckage, it did nothing to account for the secrecy and the threats of death made to civilians like Frankie Rowe and the Wilcox family. Skeptics of the official report maintained that if the military had only recovered a high-altitude balloon, it would have been a mundane event and not something that required death threats and the swift movement of the alleged material to high-security bases like Wright Field in Ohio. Thus, the official military explanations released in the 1990s succeeded only in confirming that the original 1947 story was a lie, but they introduced new inconsistencies that only fueled the deep-seated public distrust of the government. For many, the refusal to completely open the files, coupled with the convenient destruction of records, provided further proof that the real truth about a non-earthly craft remained under lock and key. Chapter 6: Forensic Authentication of the Marcel Journal and Site Investigation. Now that we've explored the crash, the cover-up, and the official explanations, let's settle into the final chapter of our story, focusing on the modern, quiet search for physical evidence. Decades after 1947, investigators and researchers are still working to get to the bottom of the Roswell mystery, trying to apply 21st century technology to a 70-year-old riddle. One of the most promising avenues for new research involves Major Jesse Marcel, the intelligence officer who was the first to investigate the wreckage. Marcel became the man at the center of the claim that Roswell was a cover-up. After he died, his family found a journal, a small army portfolio, hidden among his military records. This journal, a small piece of history, was never shared by Marcel with anyone while he was alive. His family believes the journal is a crucial piece of evidence that could change the entire story of what happened in Roswell. A former intelligence officer and investigator named Ben Smith took on the mission of trying to verify and decode this mysterious artifact. The journal contains entries that span the period of the Roswell Incident from 1946 to 1948 or 1949. However, the journal's contents proved confusing. While some of the handwriting is in beautiful cursive, other sections shift to an erratic, mixed-case, blocky lettering. The entries themselves are strange, sometimes reading like quotes from a magazine, like, "Life is what you make it," until someone comes along and changes it. Investigators wondered if it was written by two different people, or the same person in a different mindset. Since Marcel was a seasoned intelligence officer, researchers theorized that he might have written in code or used a mnemonic device to prompt his recall of sensitive information without explicitly stating, "I just found a UFO." This cryptic writing could be a way to hide information, especially since he had been warned never to reveal the truth about the unidentified flying object. To verify the document, Smith sought forensic analysis. A leading forensic document examiner, Jennifer Nasso, was tasked with determining if the journal was genuine or a forgery. Her process involved static dating, which looks at the introduction dates of certain elements of the paper or inks to see if they were available during the time the document was supposedly produced. After weeks of testing, the results were quite clear. The ink lines were consistent with non-ballpoint pen ink, which would not have been available until after 1950. Furthermore, the paper itself did not contain optical brighteners, a feature added to paper after 1950 to make it look white. The journal even contained a unique watermark which led investigators to Juniata, a university in Pennsylvania, where Major Marcel attended and later taught one of the first intelligence schools right after the war started. This consistency verified that the document was an authentic artifact from the correct era. The most stunning news came from the handwriting analysis. By comparing the cursive script and the block printing, the expert concluded that both the cursive script and the printed sections were written by the same person, Major Jesse Marcel himself. The difference in handwriting was attributed to a change in mental state, perhaps due to the intense stress and blowback he experienced from being the face of the government's lie in the newspaper. The journal was genuine. However, this authentication only raised more questions than answers. The mystery now is what the cryptic writing means. Researchers believe that if the strange entries are a type of code or cipher, cracking it might reveal Marcel's private thoughts about the crash, the materials, and the cover-up. Meanwhile, other investigators returned to the desert itself, seeking clues in the very ground where the debris was found. Even 70 years later, researchers hoped that using modern, state-of-the-art technology might uncover fresh evidence that something more powerful than a balloon crashed there. A team of archaeologists and geophysicists visited the location considered to be the most significant crash location in the entire history of the phenomenon. The team, which included Bill Dolman, who had conducted previous archaeological digs there, wanted to use new methods to look for physical evidence. They first used drone technology and multispectral imaging to look for unnatural features or straight lines in the soil that might suggest an impact or a skid mark, while old aerial photos suggested linear features that matched witness descriptions of something falling from the sky and scattering debris. The modern imaging didn't show any distinct anomalies, though the researchers did conclude that the archival image might have had a defect. Next, the geophysicists deployed a magnetometer, a tool that detects changes in the Earth's magnetic field. The idea behind this was that if something really hot hit the Earth, that heat would hit the reset button on the soil's magnetic field. As the soil cooled, it would take on the Earth's magnetic field at that exact time, allowing researchers to date the impact event. After many hours of searching, the magnetometer found an interesting magnetic anomaly, a patch of ground with unusually high magnetic readings. This finding was significant because the location of the anomaly was the same orientation as the alleged original furrow in the ground. Investigators concluded that the most likely candidate for this anomaly was remnant magnetization due to heat, suggesting that the soil had been heated up at some point. Archaeologists then collected soil samples from the anomaly site. The purpose of this was twofold. First, to rule out routine earthly causes, such as a campfire or a prehistoric site, And second, to send the samples to a lab for analysis to see if they contained metals not from the area and possibly not from this world. If the magnetism of that soil could be dated to 1947, it would freeze the signature of the impact to the time of the crash. Additionally, the team had brought a gamma-ray spectrometer to measure for radioactive material. Anything that has been in really high altitude or space would, first, to rule out routine earthly causes, such as a campfire or a prehistoric site, and second, to send the samples to a lab for analysis to see if they contain metals not from the area and possibly not from this world. If the magnetism of that soil could be dated to 1947, it would freeze the signature of the impact to the time of the crash. Additionally, the team had brought a gamma-ray spectrometer to measure for radioactive material. Anything that has been in really high altitude or space would be exposed to more radiation, which would stay with the material when it hit the ground, providing a strong, permanent signature. The question remains, what did all these efforts find? Did the soil analysis prove that a highly advanced craft, possibly made of alien material, hit the desert? Or did the lack of clear evidence and the strong explanation provided by Project Mogul confirm that the debris was nothing more than balsa wood and tinfoil? The sources confirm that the crash site investigations are underway, but the definitive lab results on the soil analysis and the final decoding of Major Marcel's journal remain the missing pieces of the intricate puzzle. Today, the story of Roswell endures. It's a mystery that exists in a careful balance between skepticism and wonder. While the official government reports tried to assert the outcome, that it was merely a series of high-altitude balloon projects and crash test dummies, the fact that the government had to lie and use extreme intimidation tactics to silence witnesses is what keeps the story alive. Whether the truth lies in the memory metal and hieroglyphic symbols, or in the purple-dyed tape of a secret spy balloon, the search for the final answer continues to quietly draw people back to the vast, silent deserts of New Mexico. Next, we'll move into the story of Project MKUltra. It began during the early years of the Cold War, when fear and secrecy shaped almost every decision behind closed doors. What followed was a long series of experiments that stayed hidden for decades. We'll take our time with this one and look at how the project started, what it tried to do, and how the truth slowly came to light. Chapter 1: The Cold War Beginning, How It All Started. We're going to take a calm, slow look back at how one of the most secretive and disturbing programs in American history began, starting in the aftermath of a global conflict that changed everything. It's important to understand the fear and uncertainty that gripped the world right after World War II, because that atmosphere is really what allowed this project to take root. Before the CIA existed, there was the Office of Strategic Services, or the OSS. The U.S. created the OSS in 1942 as the country's first foreign intelligence agency, responsible for conducting espionage during the war. Even back in 1943, the OSS was experimenting with drugs and trying to create a truth serum to help with interrogations. They even had a contractor who used hypnosis to create what they called super spies or Manchurian candidates for use in operations during the war. When the Axis powers were defeated in 1945, President Harry Truman dissolved the OSS. He reasoned that the U.S. didn't need a foreign intelligence service during peacetime. But as we know, that peace didn't last. The war hadn't ended. The enemy just changed. 2 years later, the Soviet Union was rapidly spreading communism across Europe and working on nuclear weapons. The Cold War was in full swing, creating intense geopolitical tension. This environment led President Truman to sign the National Security Act in 1947, completely overhauling foreign policy. Less than 2 months later, the Central Intelligence Agency, or CIA, was formally created. Its mission was vaguely defined: to gather and share intelligence and carry out duties related to national security using what they called all appropriate methods. Many of the personnel who created the new CIA came directly from the disbanded OSS. The CIA quickly began its work, gathering intelligence on the growing Soviet military and intervening in various global political situations. But what truly drove their actions wasn't just traditional spying. It was a terrifying new idea that the Soviets might have discovered how to control the human mind. This fear was cemented in 1949 with a shocking incident in Hungary. The cardinal of the Catholic Church there, in a Soviet republic, was put on trial. He was accused of impossible crimes like trying to start a third world war or crowning himself emperor. Despite these being outrageous, fabricated charges, the cardinal confessed to everything during the trial. Witnesses described him looking almost asleep and speaking in a robotic tone. When the CIA saw this, they reached a terrifying conclusion. The Soviets must have developed a technique, a drug perhaps, or a psychological method to force people to confess and willingly say things they didn't believe. Mind control was no longer science fiction. If it was real, the U.S. was facing an existential threat because the Soviets could turn captured American agents against their country or even brainwash U.S. citizens into becoming communists. The agency believed that the first country to use mind control at scale would rule the world. The American interest in this research actually goes back a bit further than the cardinal's trial. During World War II, Nazi scientists were already experimenting with drugs like depressants and hallucinogens to create a truth serum that could eliminate a person's will. After the war, the U.S. launched Operation Paperclip, a highly secretive program that recruited these Nazi scientists and engineers, forgiving their war crimes if they agreed to work for the Americans. Many people believed the later CIA projects were simply a continuation of this research the Nazis had started. Also, in 1947, the U.S. Navy had already initiated Project Chatter, which involved using LSD on human subjects for interrogation purposes. But the Soviet threat accelerated everything. By 1950, a former OSS agent named Allen Dulles had joined the CIA. Dulles believed the U.S. absolutely had to master the secrets of mind control, so he started the CIA's first official mind control program, which was codenamed Project Bluebird. Bluebird began operating in secret prisons or black sites, primarily in West Germany and Japan. They used captured Soviet prisoners as test subjects for special interrogation methods. The U.S. even worked directly with the notorious director of Japan's Unit 731 and former Nazi scientists as part of this effort. We know that Bluebird was signed into operation in April 1950, which was actually 3 months before the Korean War even started. This helps show that their mind control research wasn't solely a reaction to events in Korea, but a proactive effort. Bluebird's initial results were underwhelming. It seemed that no amount of special interrogation was enough to truly reprogram someone's mind. Dulles knew he had to expand the program, and in 1951 he renamed it Project Artichoke. The Artichoke program used a wide variety of severe techniques, including psychological torture. The objective was to manipulate people into carrying out acts against their will. Dulles placed the CIA's technical services staff in charge of Artichoke, which made a man named Sidney Gottlieb the project's leading researcher. Gottlieb was a chemist who had joined the CIA in 1951 and been made chief of the chemical division. He'd earned a PhD in biochemistry and, despite a physical disability, was a gifted, highly creative researcher. Gottlieb thought of mind control in a very specific way. He believed it was a two-step process. First, you had to completely empty the subject's mind, and then you could fill it back in with something new. He experimented with various drugs like mescaline, cocaine, and heroin, but found their effects erratic and uncontrollable. He concluded that blunt methods like electric shocks, isolation, and sleep deprivation simply destroyed the mind instead of emptying it, leaving nothing left to work with. Gottlieb needed a sophisticated solution, and he found it in a Swiss-developed hallucinogen called LSD-25. He was so intrigued by the U.S. Army's research into this chemical that he decided to try LSD himself. He found the experience enlightening and quickly came to believe that LSD was the critical key to controlling the human mind. The CIA intelligence suggesting the Soviets might already know how to produce LSD only increased the urgency. Gottlieb became frustrated with the limited progress under Project Artichoke. He pushed for more aggressive LSD experimentation, initially using willing CIA agents, but quickly moving on to Korean prisoners of war and patients in mental institutions, whom the CIA chillingly referred to as expendables. He was determined to test every possible method and substance on willing and unwilling subjects. Gottlieb then proposed his expanded, drug-focused concept to the CIA director, and he was granted full control over all the CIA's existing mind control projects. This was the birth of the CIA's love affair with LSD. By 1953, the political environment was perfect for escalation. Dwight Eisenhower had become president. He appointed Allen Dulles as the director of the CIA, and Dulles understood that mind control was of vital importance to national security. When Gottlieb presented his need to expand Artichoke even further, Dulles gave him his full support. On April 13, 1953, Dulles formally approved Project MKUltra. MKUltra was a full reformation of Project Artichoke and all related mind control research, and it would soon dwarf both Bluebird and Artichoke. Gottlieb was determined to test every possible substance and method, no matter how cruel, on subjects both inside America and abroad. To keep it secret, he organized MKUltra into numerous independent operational areas, eventually totaling 149 subprojects. Gottlieb himself was intimately involved, with his name appearing on 60 of the known subprojects. Project MKUltra had formally begun. It was conceived out of the intense fear of a Cold War enemy, built on the foundations of earlier, less successful programs like Bluebird and Artichoke, and directed by a chemist who believed he'd found the key to unlocking the secrets of the human mind. The goal wasn't just to gather intelligence. The terrifying goal was to break the subject's mind entirely and force them to confess, guilty or innocent, through any means necessary. For the next 32 years, this project would operate without interference and without repercussions, using American citizens as subjects in a series of horrific experiments. Chapter 2, 1953. The launch of Project MKUltra. If you missed the first chapter, we looked at the Cold War environment and the precursor programs like Bluebird and Artichoke that set the stage for this new operation. Tonight, we're going to focus quietly on the year 1953, the moment everything escalated, and how Project MKUltra officially began. By early 1953, the atmosphere in Washington was dominated by Cold War fears. The CIA felt they were playing catch-up because they genuinely believed the Soviets had mastered a dark new science: mind control. If the Soviets could force people to willingly say things they didn't believe, or even brainwash captured agents, it was a terrifying existential threat to the U.S. The agency concluded that the first country to successfully use mind control at scale would ultimately rule the world. This intense security environment created the perfect opportunity for the ambitious project known as Artichoke to grow. At the top of the CIA, Allen Dulles, an ex-OSS agent and a staunch believer in the necessity of mastering mind control, had been appointed the new director. Dulles understood that this research was of vital importance to national security. When the leading researcher on the project came to him asking for a massive expansion of Artichoke, Dulles gave him his full support. That leading researcher was a man named Dr. Sidney Gottlieb. Gottlieb was the CIA's chief chemist and the head of the newly formed chemical division in the technical services staff. He'd earned a PhD in biochemistry, and despite a noticeable limp from having been born with deformed feet, he was a gifted and highly creative researcher. He certainly had the brains, the vision, and, disturbingly, the stomach to direct history's most perverse scientific endeavor. Gottlieb thought of mind control essentially as a two-step process. First, the subject's mind had to be completely emptied, and second, it had to be filled back in with something else. Previously, under Project Artichoke, they'd tried blunt techniques like isolation, electric shocks, and sleep deprivation. But Gottlieb concluded that these methods were too crude because they simply destroyed the mind instead of emptying it, leaving nothing left to work with. As a chemist, Gottlieb naturally focused on drugs for a solution. He'd experimented with compounds like heroin, cocaine, and mescaline, but their effects were wildly unpredictable and erratic. He needed something more sophisticated. He found his answer in LSD-25, a hallucinogen developed in Switzerland. Gottlieb was so intrigued by the U.S. Army's research into this chemical that he decided to try it himself. He found the experience enlightening and came to believe that LSD was the critical key to controlling the human mind. With the threat of the Soviets possibly developing their own LSD supply, the CIA felt an extreme urgency to catch up. Gottlieb pushed forward with LSD testing under Artichoke, using willing CIA agents initially, but quickly moving on to Korean prisoners of war and mental institution patients, whom the CIA referred to as expendables. Gottlieb grew frustrated with the lack of progress and pushed for an even greater expansion of the scope and scale of mind control research. Dulles gave him his full support. On April 13, 1953, Dulles formally approved Project MKUltra. MK Ultra was a full reformation of Project Artichoke and all related drug and mind control projects, and it was designed to dwarf both Artichoke and its predecessor, Project Bluebird. The goals were to unlock the secrets of mind control and develop drugs and procedures that could be used in interrogations. The terrifying goal was to break the subject's mind and force them to confess, whether they were guilty or innocent. Techniques sought included behavioral modification, developing a truth serum, and manipulating individuals to carry out acts against their will, potentially programming someone to be an assassin without their own knowledge. Gottlieb was determined to test every possible substance and every conceivable method, no matter how violent or cruel, on willing and unwilling subjects, both inside America and abroad. To maintain absolute secrecy, Gottlieb organized MK Ultra into numerous independent operational areas called sub-projects. He would delegate these projects to others and supervise them from a distance, ensuring that most people would never know the program even existed. In a few years, the number of sub-projects grew to 149, but only Gottlieb and one other person knew of them all. Gottlieb himself was intrinsically linked to the project, with his name appearing on 60 of the known sub-projects. The structure of the early project immediately showcased its vast scope. Sub-projects 1 and 2 focused on the CIA's initial goals, developing a truth serum and exploring behavioral modification through drugs. Sub-project 3 showed Gottlieb's interest in LSD's effects on the general population. They established one of the first testing sites specifically for MK Ultra, hidden in plain sight, where they would lure in drug users, petty criminals, and the homeless in New York City, giving them drinks laced with LSD to observe their behavior. Sub-project 4 saw Gottlieb hire a magician to teach CIA agents techniques for misdirection and sleight of hand to drug others without being noticed. Sub-project 5 involved funding an experiment at the University of Minnesota to explore the relationship between memory and hypnosis. To supply this massive new operation, Gottlieb faced a critical obstacle. LSD was only manufactured by a single lab in Switzerland, and that lab was preparing to stop production. The CIA quickly secured their supply by spending $240,000 to buy their last 10 grams, which was technically the world's entire supply of LSD at the time. Then, under Sub-Project 6, the CIA secretly paid the pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly to learn how to manufacture and mass-produce LSD. With a virtually unlimited supply now guaranteed, Gottlieb was free to pursue aggressive experimentation, including massive, repetitive dosing on patients and prison inmates in federal institutions. The program's reach was $240,000 to buy their last 10 grams, which was technically the world's entire supply of LSD at the time. Then, under Sub-Project 6, the CIA secretly paid the pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly to learn how to manufacture and mass-produce LSD. With a virtually unlimited supply now guaranteed, Gottlieb was free to pursue aggressive experimentation, including massive, repetitive dosing on patients and prison inmates in federal institutions. The program's reach was enormous, eventually operating out of more than 80 facilities across the country, posing as scientific research programs in colleges, hospitals, prisons, and even pharmaceutical companies. While most employees at these places were unaware of the true purpose of the research, many of the facilities top officials were aware of and even complicit with the CIA's involvement. The funds were often funneled through cutouts, like the Human Ecology Foundation, so that grant recipients were often legitimately unaware that the CIA was sponsoring their work. For instance, Cornell University, specifically its College of Human Ecology, had the most MK-Ultra sub-projects, often funded by CIA money. Crucially, the launch of MK-Ultra also intensified the agency's interest in psychological methods drawn from earlier programs. These included techniques used in Artichoke, such as hypnosis to reduce awareness and increase suggestibility, and the controversial technique of psychic driving, where a person is subjected to a repeated phrase hundreds of thousands of times until the meaning became meaningless. The launch of the project in 1953 meant that all these methods, drugs, psychological torture, and hypnosis, would be brought together in a massive, coordinated effort. Despite the project being sanctioned by the U.S. government, the methods and activities undertaken by MK-Ultra were unethical and illegal. They violated the principles of the Nuremberg Code, which had been established only 6 years earlier in response to the military tribunal of Nazi scientists. This code required voluntary consent, protection from injury, and avoidance of unnecessary mental suffering. MK-Ultra disregarded all of these standards. The launch of MK-Ultra in 1953 marked the beginning of decades of intense, secret human experimentation. But even within the first few months of the program's launch, the dark consequences of its actions, specifically the involuntary LSD testing on unwitting subjects, would lead to tragedy. This early consequence showed just how ruthless Gottlieb was in pursuing the answers he sought. He and his deputy, Robert Lashbrook, were already testing the limits of loyalty, trust, and morality in the service of their new project. For 32 years, MK-Ultra would operate without oversight or repercussions, forever changing the lives of thousands of victims. Chapter 3. Building the Chemical Arsenal, Drugs, Toxins, and LSD. In the initial phases of MK-Ultra, the CIA felt they were playing catch-up in a dangerous new kind of war. The director of the project, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, was a chemist who firmly believed the secrets to mind control were locked within chemistry. He viewed mind control as a two-step process. First, the subject's mind had to be completely emptied, and then it had to be filled in with something new. This ambition led to a relentless and increasingly extreme search for the perfect chemical agent. Gottlieb didn't restrict his search to one drug. Under the precursor program, Project Artichoke, he'd already experimented with powerful substances. Subjects given cocaine often became erratic and uncontrollable, and results from drugs like heroin and mescaline were wildly unpredictable. Gottlieb concluded that blunt methods like electric shock, isolation, or sleep deprivation simply destroyed the mind instead of gently emptying it, leaving nothing left to work with. He needed a more sophisticated solution, and he found it in LSD-25, a powerful hallucinogen developed in Switzerland. Gottlieb was so intrigued by the U.S. Army's research into this chemical that he decided to try it himself. He found the experience enlightening and quickly came to believe that LSD was the critical key to controlling the human mind. The CIA's intelligence suggested that the Soviets might already be able to produce LSD, which heightened the agency's sense of urgency. LSD quickly became the favorite drug used by the CIA within MK-Ultra. But in 1953, Gottlieb faced a major obstacle: supply. The drug was only manufactured by a single lab in Switzerland, Sandoz Pharmaceuticals, and they were preparing to stop production because they had too many headaches dealing with the CIA and the Soviet Union. The CIA moved quickly to secure their supply, spending $240,000 to buy their last 10 grams. That 10 grams, roughly the size of 2 regular sheets of paper, was technically the world's entire supply of LSD at the time. To guarantee a virtually unlimited supply for the future, the CIA launched a secretive operation under Subproject 6. Under this contract, the CIA secretly paid the pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly to learn how to make and mass-produce LSD. It didn't take them long. With an unlimited supply now guaranteed, Gottlieb was free to pursue aggressive experimentation, including massive, repetitive dosing on patients and prison inmates. Gottlieb quickly created several sub-projects to investigate one question he constantly pondered: how much LSD can someone take before their mind dissolves? These trials were conducted in institutions across the country. In one horrifying set of experiments, 7 patients, most of them young men, were given double, triple, and quadruple doses of LSD every day for 77 days. These trials took place at the Addiction Research Center in Lexington, Kentucky, in the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, and even at a juvenile detention center in New Jersey. Other experiments involved giving 20 prison inmates LSD nearly every day for 15 months. The testing wasn't limited to LSD. MK Ultra, with its 149 sub-projects, operated out of more than 80 facilities across the country, including colleges, hospitals, and prisons, posing as legitimate scientific research programs. The goals were vast, including developing a truth serum, finding a pill that would make a drunk man sober, and generally exploring methods for discrediting and disabling threats. The project explored a wide range of powerful psychoactive drugs that affect a person's consciousness, mental processes, cognition, and mood. Beyond LSD, the CIA tested substances like mescaline and its derivatives, such as MDA, DMA, and MDPA, barbiturates, amphetamines, cocaine, and heroin. They also experimented with BZ, described as a kind of super LSD, which was capable of causing a trip that could last for about 4 days. Many academics and doctors across the country were given grants to fund this research, often unaware that the funding was secretly provided by the CIA. The money was funneled through front organizations called cutouts, such as the Human Ecology Foundation. Cornell University's College of Human Ecology, for instance, received substantial CIA funding and had the most MK Ultra sub-projects of any institution. Dr. Harold Abramson, a psychiatrist, proposed an $85,000 research project to the CIA in 1953, specifically to test the effects of LSD on hospital patients without telling them. The CIA also worked closely with the Army Chemical Corps, which was interested in finding an incapacitating agent that wouldn't harm a person permanently, but would disable them temporarily. This joint military effort was designed to explore the nervous system with powerful substances to reversibly reproduce and control derangements at the highest integrative levels, including the mind. Tragically, these chemical experiments on unwitting subjects soon led to death. Harold Blau, a professional tennis player suffering from depression, checked himself into the New York State Psychiatric Institute in 1953. He was injected with liquid mescaline derivatives as part of a secret testing program run by the Army Chemical Corps that was tied to MK Ultra. Despite telling researchers he wanted to stop the program, the experiments continued. On January 8, 1953, a massive injection of MDA caused sweating, tremors, and epileptic seizures, and 30 minutes later, Harold Blau was dead. It took 22 years for the Army and the state of New York to admit the real details of his death, which they had initially covered up by claiming he died of a heart attack. Blau was described in a later court ruling as a guinea pig, whose medical records had been altered to disguise the actual cause of death. Beyond psychoactive drugs, the CIA was building an arsenal of toxins and biological agents under a joint project with the Department of Defense called Project MK Naomi. MK Naomi was essentially a catch-all for the CIA's lethal and incapacitating weapons used in global operations. Its responsibilities included developing biological agents and their delivery systems, such as poison pills and modified firearms capable of firing chemical darts. Frank Olson, a scientist who would later become a victim, was deeply involved in this chemical warfare component. Olson, a chemist specialized in developing poisonous substances and methods for their delivery, such as a deadly lipstick, a cigarette lighter that emitted lethal gas, and canisters disguised as shaving cream cans that dispersed anthrax. The massive scope of the drug and toxin experiments meant that thousands of people were used as involuntary test subjects, often targeted because they were marginalized and couldn't easily speak up or fight back. These included soldiers, prisoners, prostitutes, the mentally ill, and the drug-addicted. The CIA made no effort to keep track of their victims once they served their purpose, and most of the victims of MK Ultra remain unknown. These activities, including the secret manufacturing and testing of LSD on unwitting people, were illegal and unethical. They violated the principles of the Nuremberg Code, which required voluntary consent and protection from unnecessary mental suffering, a code established only 6 years before MK Ultra's creation in response to Nazi war crimes. However, the relentless pursuit of mind control led Dr. Gottlieb to make a decision in November 1953 that showed just how far he was willing to go, even with his own colleagues. This was an experiment that ended in tragedy and exposed the core ruthlessness of MK Ultra to its own participants. Chapter 4, The Unwitting Experiment. The Death of Frank Olson. Frank Olson was an unlikely victim of Project MK Ultra because he wasn't just a subject. He was an integral part of the machinery. Before 1953, Olson was deeply involved in the creation of biological and chemical weapons. During World War II, he was one of the first Army scientists assigned to the top-secret Biological Warfare Lab at Fort Detrick, Maryland. His specialty was aerosolizing living biological agents and munitions. In other words, he was developing biological weapons of mass destruction using germs, viruses, and toxins that could be transmitted through the air. After becoming a civilian, Olson continued his bioweapons research for the CIA. He was a lead scientist for Operation Harness, where animals in the Caribbean were exposed to dangerous agents like anthrax, tularemia, and brucella. He was also involved in Operation Sea Spray, during which different strains of bacteria were sprayed over San Francisco to test the city's vulnerability to a bioweapon attack. As Olson moved up the ranks, he spent a lot of time at Fort Terry, a secret installation on Plum Island in the Long Island Sound, where toxins considered too dangerous for the mainland were tested. He developed various delivery devices for these bioweapons, including canisters disguised as shaving cream cans that dispersed anthrax, a cigarette lighter that emitted a deadly gas, and lipstick that killed instantly. Olson led the U.S. Army's Special Operations Division for 10 years. This was the same branch that first introduced Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, the director of MK-Ultra, to LSD. Olson joined the CIA's technical services staff just a few months before the launch of MK-Ultra. And for 7 months, he was one of the only people fully aware of the project. Olson knew all manner of secrets. By early 1953, the pressure of this work was becoming unbearable. Olson stepped down as chief of the Special Operations Division, citing stress and ulcers, but he stayed with the CIA. He started working directly as a top scientist for MK-Ultra. Over time, the horrific nature of the experiments Olson conducted and witnessed began to weigh heavily on him. During one assignment in late 1953, Frank Olson visited a CIA black site in Stuttgart, Germany. He was there to oversee what the agency called special interrogations. Detainees at this site were called expendables. These were mostly suspected spies and security leaks who were subjected to drug experiments, hypnosis, electric shocks, isolation, sexual abuse, and other types of torture, sometimes resulting in death. Olson witnessed the painful deaths of prisoners from the very poisons he had helped to create. He also saw the results of his own weapons being used on these expendables. This experience intensified a profound moral crisis for Olson. One of his colleagues sent a report to superiors claiming Olson was deeply disturbed and showing signs of not wanting to keep silent about what he had witnessed. In mid-November 1953, Frank Olson was invited to a pre-Thanksgiving retreat at a cabin on Deep Creek Lake, Maryland. Dr. Sidney Gottlieb often ran these retreats for scientists and staff. It was one of the locations where Americans were subjected to MK-Ultra techniques against their will. Olson attended with Gottlieb and about 7 other MK-Ultra members. The first day of the gathering went smoothly. On the second day, after dinner, the men gathered for a post-meal drink. Robert Lashbrook, Gottlieb's second-in-command, poured everyone a glass. About 20 minutes later, Gottlieb asked if anyone felt odd. When some confirmed they did, Gottlieb revealed his surprise. Their drinks had been laced with a heavy dose of LSD. Olson was shocked that he, a top scientist and CIA colleague, had been made the unwitting subject of an experiment. He was aware that the CIA had previously dosed entire villages in Europe to observe the results, sometimes leading to the deaths of innocent people. This action by Gottlieb was viewed by some as a loyalty test to see what the scientists would reveal under the influence of the drug, and Olson failed that test. Frank Olson did not react well to the LSD. He refused to eat and couldn't even speak to his family. The few words he managed to say to his wife were that he had made a terrible mistake. Days later, he submitted his resignation, but he was convinced to stay and seek psychiatric help to cope with the effects of the drug and the stress of his work. Lashbrook drove Olson to New York City to meet with a CIA psychiatrist, Dr. Harold Abramson. Olson didn't know that Abramson was on the CIA payroll. After a couple of sessions, Abramson convinced Olson to check himself into a Maryland sanatorium to recover from stress and exhaustion. Olson was agreeable. He was looking forward to the time off and was already picking out books to bring with him. That night, November 28, 1953, Olson and Lashbrook checked into the Statler Hotel in New York City, sharing room 1018W. Olson had a pleasant conversation with his wife, who remembered him sounding more peaceful than he had been in a long time. He watched some television and went to bed. But at 2:30 a.m., tragedy struck. The body of a man hit the pavement 13 stories below, followed by a shower of glass. The doorman and the night manager, Armand Pittori, rushed out. Olson was lying on his back, wearing only his underwear, with blood pooling around him. He was somehow still alive and desperately tried to speak, choking on blood, before taking a final breath and passing away. Pittori recalled that Olson had been trying to communicate something about the CIA just before he died. The body of a man hit the pavement 13 stories below, followed by a shower of glass. The doorman and the night manager, Armand Pittori, rushed out. Olson was lying on his back, wearing only his underwear, with blood pooling around him. He was somehow still alive and desperately tried to speak, choking on blood, before taking a final breath and passing away. Pittori recalled that Olson had been trying to communicate something about the CIA just before he died. In the hotel room, the window was shattered, and cold November air blew through the broken glass. The police found Robert Lashbrook sitting on the toilet, resting his head in his hands. Lashbrook identified the man who went out the window as Olson. Lashbrook's official story was that Olson was an Army chemist who had come to New York for psychiatric treatment, became mentally unstable, and jumped through the closed hotel window. Lashbrook urged the police to keep the details quiet for national security reasons. The hotel night manager, Pittori, wasn't convinced. He thought it didn't make sense that someone would run across a dark room in their underwear, avoid the furniture, and dive through a closed window with the shade and curtain drawn. The hotel operator confirmed that Lashbrook had made a quick call just minutes before the police arrived. The call was to Dr. Harold Abramson, the CIA psychiatrist. The operator, who had listened in, confirmed the brief exchange. "Well, he's gone," Lashbrook said. "Well, that's too bad," Abramson replied. Over the next 12 hours, the CIA organized a rapid cleanup and cover-up. A CIA crisis manager arrived and quickly persuaded the New York Police Department to close the investigation. Frank Olson's family was told there was an accident. He had either fallen or jumped from his window. His body was so badly damaged that the funeral required a closed casket. For 2 decades, the official story stood. Frank's wife, Alice, and his children were left with the explanation that he had either fallen or jumped. But Frank's son, Eric Olson, always felt that neither explanation was true. The truth began to surface in 1975, 20 years after the death. During congressional investigations into the CIA, the Rockefeller Commission report was released. The report confirmed that the CIA had engaged in a drug testing program involving the use of LSD against unsuspecting persons. One part of the report mentioned an unnamed civilian scientist working for the Army who was given LSD without his knowledge as part of a CIA experiment, developed side effects, and jumped from his hotel window in New York, a story detailed by newspapers like the New York Times and the Washington Post. Eric Olson immediately realized the story was about his father, Frank Olson. Just 10 days later, the government confirmed the scientist was Frank Olson. The government quickly changed its narrative. President Gerald Ford issued a formal apology to the Olson family, and the CIA director apologized as well. The government agreed this was a wrongful death and offered the family a $700,000 to $50,000 settlement if they agreed not to sue the agency, which the family accepted. The new official narrative was that Frank Olson had jumped out of that window after a bad LSD trip, but Eric Olson, now 31, was still unsatisfied. He made it his life's mission to find out what truly happened. In 1993, after his mother passed away, Eric Olson decided to have his father's body exhumed. He hired a medical examiner who performed a second autopsy and found no glass shards on Olson's head or neck, which would have been expected if he'd broken the window. Most curiously, Olson had landed on his back, but his skull above his left eye had a blunt force trauma injury. The medical examiner concluded that Frank Olson was intentionally, deliberately, with malice aforethought thrown out of the window. This suspicion was heightened by the release of a 1953 CIA training manual, written the year of Olson's death, titled A Study of Assassination. It described a preferred assassination method: dropping a victim from at least 75 feet onto a hard surface, noting that a successful execution causes little excitement and is only casually investigated. Even the Israeli intelligence organization MSAD reportedly used Frank Olson's death as an example of a perfect murder due to the skill with which it was executed. Frank Olson's sons sued the CIA again, but the judge dismissed the case due to the original 1975 settlement agreement. The judge did state, however, that even though the case couldn't proceed as a matter of law, the family's allegations that the CIA murdered their father, though far-fetched, appeared to be the truth. Though Frank Olson was one of MK Ultra's first known fatalities, the senior figures involved, including Sidney Gottlieb and Robert Lashbrook, were never brought to justice. Chapter 5. The Safe Houses. Dosing Civilians in Secret. MK Ultra was a colossal enterprise with 149 sub-projects, covering everything from extreme sensory deprivation to the search for a truth serum. While some of these experiments took place in sterile university laboratories or grim federal prisons, others unfolded in environments that sounded more like a cheap crime novel than a government science project. This bizarre and morally detached aspect of the program was known as Operation Midnight Climax, which started in late 1955. The CIA needed to test the effects of LSD on ordinary people to see what happened to them when they were dosed without their knowledge. Director Sidney Gottlieb was interested in understanding the drug's effects on the general population, which was the focus of an early effort known as Sub-Project 3. Under that initial program, the CIA set up a hidden testing site, posing as a regular New York City apartment. There, agents would lure in petty criminals, drug users, and the homeless, giving them drinks laced with LSD and then observing their behavior. This operation had been a crucial part of MK Ultra's early testing. However, the man in charge of that New York operation was transferred to San Francisco in 1955 for his regular job. Instead of shutting down the successful testing program, Gotadle made the project even stranger, expanding it into what became Sub-Project 42, or Operation Midnight Climax. The man put in charge of this shocking new venture was George White. White was a colorful and possibly the strangest CIA contractor on the project list. And before joining the CIA, he'd been a highly dedicated narcotics agent in New York, known for taking dangerous, high-profile cases and spending 2 years deep undercover to arrest high-ranking drug dealers. He was a no-nonsense cop who wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty, but he harbored dreams of being a spy. He even took his assignment so seriously that he would dose guests with LSD at his own apartment just to see what would happen. White received his early intelligence training at a British-run school in Canada, the same school where Ian Fleming, the creator of James Bond, was trained. White referred to this school in his diaries as the Oshawa School of Mayhem and Murder. White had previously worked on the Truth Drug Committee at St. Elizabeth's Hospital, experimenting with mescaline, scopolamine, and marijuana on unwitting victims to find a perfect truth serum, which he and his colleagues learned simply didn't exist. When White approached the CIA with his proposal for Operation Midnight Climax, the agency embraced the idea. The operation had 2 primary goals. First, to continue testing drugs on regular, unwitting citizens, just like in New York, and second, to add a new and deeply invasive variable, sex. The aim, according to the documents, was to study the effects of an unwitting dose of LSD under conditions that mimicked a field interrogation. White established safe houses in major cities, specifically in New York and Greenwich Village, and later in San Francisco on top of Telegraph Hill, offering a commanding view of the bay. These were ordinary apartments, but they were secretly equipped with observation posts hidden behind 2-way mirrors. The CIA deployed an entire team of sex workers to the streets of San Francisco and New York. These women were hired to go to bars and pick up men who were typically ordinary civilians and bring them back to the safe houses. Once the unsuspecting men were in the apartment, they were secretly dosed with LSD or other drugs. While the women engaged in sexual activity with the clients, George White and his CIA colleagues watched the entire event unfold from behind the 2-way mirrors, making what they claimed were scientific observations. The women were paid between $50 and $100 for every client they brought in and slept with. The safe houses were loaded with surveillance equipment. One agent noted that the apartment had so many hidden electronics that if you spilled a glass of water, you'd probably electrocute yourself. White was often drunk during this research, sometimes pounding liquor the whole time, and he also regularly used the drugs that were part of the program. This blend of espionage, voyeurism, and illegal activity showed a profound moral detachment within the agency. The operation was deeply unethical and non-scientific. These unwitting civilians were given LSD without their informed consent and were never given any follow-up care. The doctors involved in MK-Ultra were directly complicit in this experimentation, violating every principle of the Nuremberg Code. Despite the bizarre methods, Operation Midnight Climax actually led to one disturbing conclusion. The CIA learned that combining sex and drugs was surprisingly one of the most effective methods they had discovered in all of MK-Ultra for extracting secrets. However, the research wasn't always the top priority, and Gottlieb and his team weren't opposed to taking part in the fun that came with running what was essentially a government brothel. There's also speculation that the experiments weren't solely focused on the clients, but on the women themselves, since the CIA was actively trying to create Manchurian candidates, or individuals with split personalities who could carry out missions. Some theorize that the goal was to use these repetitive, high-stress, drug-fueled situations to create new, controllable identities in the sex workers. The documents mention how difficult it was to create these Jekyll-Hyde personalities, but they couldn't possibly be creating a new identity in a one-off client, suggesting the women were the actual long-term experimental subjects. Operation Midnight Climax continued until at least 1965. George White retired from both the Bureau of Narcotics and the CIA, and he wrote a chilling letter to his boss, Harry Ashlinger, describing his time with MK-Ultra. In the letter, White said he toiled wholeheartedly in the vineyards because it was fun, and asked where else a red-blooded American boy could lie, kill, cheat, steal, possibly be creating a new identity in a one-off client, suggesting the women were the actual long-term experimental subjects. Operation Midnight Climax continued until at least 1965. George White retired from both the Bureau of Narcotics and the CIA, and he wrote a chilling letter to his boss, Harry Ashlinger, describing his time with MK-Ultra. In the letter, White said he toiled wholeheartedly in the vineyards because it was fun, and asked where else a red-blooded American boy could lie, kill, cheat, steal, rape, and pillage with the sanction and blessing of the All-Highest. White died in 1975 from cirrhosis of the liver. While the operation was shocking, it ultimately didn't reveal much about mind control. The project had been a colossal enterprise with dozens of sub-projects operating simultaneously across the world. But by the mid-1960s, the CIA had tested every drug and psychiatric technique in the book, and still hadn't found a single reliable way to fully control the mind. LSD, the favorite drug of the operation, was concluded to be too unpredictable in its effects. Ironically, the massive amount of LSD the CIA shipped around the U.S. had leaked from university professors to students and into the general public, contributing to the very counterculture movement of the 1960s and 70s, which was seeking to break from convention. The safe houses and Operation Midnight Climax stand as powerful examples of the moral emptiness and immense scope of unchecked experimentation that defined the core years of Project MK-Ultra. Chapter 6: The Canadian Experiments, Breaking and Rebuilding Minds. Among the many disturbing facets of Project MK-Ultra, some of the most chilling experiments didn't happen in secret government labs in the United States, but rather in the prestigious Allen Memorial Institute of Psychiatry in Montreal, Canada. This Gothic estate, halfway up Mount Royal, housed the Department of Psychology at McGill University and became the site of CIA-funded severe experiments. The scientist leading this work was Dr. Donald Ewan Cameron. He was a Scottish psychiatrist who held immense professional prestige, serving as president of both the American Psychiatric Association and the World Psychiatric Association during the 1950s and 60s. Cameron wasn't just a psychiatrist. He was considered the psychiatrist, a real professional rock star in the field. He was also the head of the Quebec Psychiatric Association, the Canadian Psychiatric Association, and the Society for Biological Psychiatry. Disturbingly, Cameron was even part of the U.S. team that went to Nuremberg to interrogate Nazi doctors, where he learned about the uses of mescaline and hallucinogens in the death camps before returning to Montreal to conduct his own hallucinogen experiments. Cameron had radical, almost insane ideas. He believed that mental illness was contagious, that the mentally ill were dangerous, and that they should be quarantined to protect the healthy population. He believed he could cure schizophrenia and other issues by completely wiping the subject's mind to a blank slate. The CIA loved him for this radical approach. In 1955, the CIA contacted Cameron and began funding his research under MK Ultra Subproject 68. Cameron would commute to Montreal from Lake Placid, New York, to conduct his work. He was paid handsomely for his involvement, receiving $69,000 a year in the 1950s, which translates to over $800,000 annually today. His work for the CIA ended in 1964, earning him over $5 million in just 7 years. Cameron's work was considered the closest experimentation to brainwashing yet disclosed, and it was unprecedented in psychiatry. It focused on 3 areas: sleep therapy, psychic driving, and the ultimate goal of depaturning. The idea behind depaturning was literally to wipe the slate clean. The CIA was interested in this because Artichoke and Bluebird documents discuss the problem of disposal of subjects. The agency needed a way to get rid of people who knew too much, and one method was to completely erase their memories and identities. Cameron's first step in this cruel process was to drug his patients into a semi-coma state for extended periods, sometimes lasting between 10 days and 3 months. He sometimes kept patients asleep for as long as 65 days. These were carried out in specialized areas he called the sleep rooms. Once the patients were heavily sedated or in a coma, the second step involved the relentless use of electroshock therapy, ECT. Cameron used ECT at extremely high voltages, often up to 40 times stronger than medically recommended. He would sometimes deliver the equivalent of over 600 electric shock treatments between May and September. Following this intensive shock treatment, which was intended to make the patient regress deeply and become forgetful, the goal was to implant new ideas. This led to the third method, psychic driving. After the depatterning process, patients were moved to a solitary ward and given minimal food and water, often with an excess dose of LSD. A helmet with earphones would be placed over their heads, and they would be subjected to endless tape-recorded messages, which were played over and over, sometimes hundreds of thousands of times. The messages could include simple, repeated statements or more complex, dark phrases like, "You hate your children," or "You want to kill your mother." The underlying theory was that the constant repetition could effectively write over existing memory and personality traits, like reformatting a hard drive. The patients Cameron selected for these brutal experiments often came in for minor issues like anxiety or depression. They were seeking help and were vulnerable, making them ideal candidates for MK Ultra because they do anything they were told to escape their pain. The medical records that survived the CIA's later destruction orders provided crucial details about the horrors inflicted. One victim, Charles Taney, went to Allen Memorial for pain in his jaw, which doctors suspected was psychosomatic. He was put into a coma, subjected to high-voltage ECT and psychic driving. When he was released, Charles was a completely different person. He forgot he had children, and the caring man who used to build ice skating rinks for them was replaced by a cold, emotionless person. Sadly, he died years later, unable to communicate. Still, the changed man his family had blamed for what was done to him. Another victim, Esther Schreier, sought help for severe anxiety related to the loss of her first child. Cameron placed her in a drug-induced coma for 30 days. They'd wake her just long enough to quickly eat, 3 times a day, before sedating her again. She lost 13 pounds, approaching dangerous territory for her health. After 6 months, she had undergone 29 electroshock treatments at extreme voltages, which were unsafe and illegal. Cameron declared her fully depatterned. After the treatment, Esther was unable to stand, barely able to swallow, and had no control of her bowels. Though she gave birth to her son, she didn't know how to care for him or hold him. She was a nurse who now needed a nurse to care for her baby. Jean Steele was admitted in 1957 for sadness and depression following the loss of her first child. Like Esther, Jean was subjected to experimental drugs, electroshock treatments, and long drug-induced comas lasting up to 29 days. 30 the treatment, Esther was unable to stand, barely able to swallow, and had no control of her bowels. Though she gave birth to her son, she didn't know how to care for him or hold him. She was a nurse who now needed a nurse to care for her baby. Jean Steele was admitted in 1957 for sadness and depression following the loss of her first child. Like Esther, Jean was subjected to experimental drugs, electroshock treatments, and long drug-induced comas lasting up to 29 days. The psychic driving put her into fits of rage. She desperately fought the depatterning, threatening to kill herself and begging the scientists to stop playing the messages. Her file notes her screaming and complaining that her ear was burning, saying that it tried to make up her mind for her. When she was discharged, all that was left was a broken shell who would sit alone in the dark. Victims of Cameron's work often suffered dissociative amnesia as a result of the trauma. Some had complete amnesia for their lives from age 25 back to birth. Many were left emotionally unstable, unable to perform basic motor skills, or even control their bladder and bowels. The medical records would simply state that the patient was disoriented times 3, meaning they didn't know who they were, where they were, or what the year was. Cameron's research was eventually reviewed and found to have no therapeutic validity whatsoever. Decades later, 9 victims of his experiments successfully sued the CIA for the trauma inflicted on them at McGill, and the CIA settled out of court. The Canadian experiments represent a profound ethical failure. Cameron's own work and the funding provided by the CIA under MK Ultra violated every principle of the Nuremberg Code, which demands voluntary consent, protection from injury, and avoidance of unnecessary mental suffering. The moral vacuum surrounding these operations allowed a celebrated physician to engage in illegal, high-intensity torture designed to erase the very identity of his vulnerable patients, all for the sake of Cold War mind control research. Chapter 7. Mind control methods, isolation, hypnosis, and behavior experiments. The pursuit of mind control under Project MKUltra wasn't just about the shocking use of LSD and other drugs, as we've discussed. Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, the project's director, viewed mind control as a two-step process, emptying the mind and then filling it back in with something new. This ambition drove researchers to explore a wide range of psychological and physiological methods intended to break down a person's identity and resistance, often without the need for chemicals. Many of the non-drug techniques used in MKUltra were shockingly low-tech, relying on physical deprivation and psychological stress. These methods were primarily aimed at breaking the subject's mind to force a confession, whether the subject was guilty or innocent. Techniques included sensory deprivation, sensory isolation, food deprivation, and traditional interrogation methods like good cop/bad cop. Sensory deprivation and isolation were common methods used in MKUltra experiments. Frank Olson, the Army scientist who became a victim, witnessed the use of isolation, sexual abuse, and other types of torture on detainees called expendables at CIA black sites in Germany, where they studied brainwashing techniques and memory deletion. The goal was to weaken the subject's defenses. Even the predecessor programs, Project Bluebird and Project Artichoke, used a wide array of techniques, including psychological torture. The CIA learned that by depriving people of sleep for prolonged periods, their defenses and masks would be lowered, making them more pliable. Sleep deprivation had been noted as the only foul play involved in the false confessions of U.S. airmen captured during the Korean War, a fact that unfortunately attracted the attention of the CIA. A central dark fantasy for the CIA was the creation of a Manchurian candidate, which they sometimes called a Jekyll-Hyde personality. This was the ultimate goal, to program an individual to carry out acts, potentially including assassination, against their will and without their conscious knowledge. The primary tool for this specific manipulation was hypnosis. The CIA used hypnosis to reduce a subject's peripheral awareness and increase their capacity for suggestion. Research on this dated back to the OSS, the precursor to the CIA, where a contractor named G.H. Esther Brooks was actively creating super spies, or Manchurian candidates, using hypnosis for operational use during World War II. The procedure involved putting a subject into a deep sleep and narrowing their attention, making them more open to suggestion and compliance. The CIA documents from the 1950s and 60s detailed experiments to create amnesia barriers. The idea was that an agent could carry out a classified task, like stealing documents or delivering a message under hypnotic control, and then have absolutely no memory of the event afterward. This would protect the assignment if the agent were captured and interrogated. The Manchurian candidate was seen as the super version of this, where an entirely new personality was placed behind the barrier to carry out the assignment. The Canadian experiments, run by Dr. Donald Ewan Cameron under MKUltra Sub-Project 68, provided the most extreme version of these non-drug methods. Cameron's process of deep turning aimed to wipe the mind clean using repeated high-intensity electroshock therapy, ECT, sometimes up to 40 times stronger than medically recommended. Following this intense effort to erase the existing personality, Cameron used psychic driving, where the subject was subjected to endless tape-recorded messages repeated hundreds of thousands of times to implant new ideas and effectively reprogram the individual. Cameron's goal was literal brainwashing, erasing memories and identity. The ambition of MKUltra also extended into invasive physiological techniques, including early experiments with brain electrodes. Research funded by the CIA and military branches explored the possibility of controlling human and animal behavior through remote electrical stimulation. One notorious experiment involved a gay 19-year-old subject at Tulane Medical Center in New Orleans, under the chief researcher, Dr. Robert Heath. Heath implanted electrodes in the man's brain to study electrical activity. The subject was provided with a small box on his belt with a button connected to the electrode. By pushing the button, he could stimulate his brain to achieve a kind of pre-orgasmic state. The subject pushed the button 1,500 times in 3 hours, leading researchers to take the box away. The goal was often behavioral modification. For instance, they made the subject watch heterosexual pornography repeatedly while in a stimulated state to try and condition him to become straight. Another well-known researcher in this area was Dr. Jose Delgado, who was financed by the Office of Naval Research. Delgado demonstrated the remote control of an animal in a bull ring. He had electrodes implanted in a bull's brain, and using a remote transmitter box, he could send an electronic impulse to the center of the bull's brain, causing the charging bull to instantly stop. Recently released CIA documents confirmed the feasibility of remote control of animals and noted that special investigations would be conducted toward the application of selected elements of these techniques to man. Delgado himself advocated for the physical and political control of society through psychosurgery and electrical control of the brain, suggesting that anyone who deviates from the norm could be surgically mutilated. Beyond these dramatic methods, researchers explored psychological conditioning and stress. Dr. Henry Murray, a psychologist at Harvard University, conducted experiments between 1959 and 1962, using Harvard students as test subjects. He tested their responses to extreme stress by inflicting attacks against their egos, beliefs, and ideologies, causing high levels of distress. These attacks were described as sweeping and personally abusive. Murray made recordings of these sessions and then forced the subjects to listen to and watch the recordings of the attacks repeatedly. One subject in Murray's study was later identified as Theodore John Kaczynski, the man known as the Unabomber, a psychologist at Harvard University, conducted experiments between 1959 and 1962 using Harvard students as test subjects. He tested their responses to extreme stress by inflicting attacks against their egos, beliefs, and ideologies, causing high levels of distress. These attacks were described as sweeping and personally abusive. Murray made recordings of these sessions and then forced the subjects to listen to and watch the recordings of the attacks repeatedly. One subject in Murray's study was later identified as Theodore John Kaczynski, the man known as the Unabomber. Despite the thousands of cruel methods tried, including drugs, psychological punishment, sensory deprivation, and hypnosis, the CIA ultimately concluded that these non-chemical techniques, much like the drugs, did not yield a reliable way to fully control the human mind. By the end of MKUltra's peak years, the hunch that the Soviets could control minds was proven wrong. mind control turned out to be nothing but a fantasy. All these experiments, regardless of the technique, resulted in extreme harm to participants, often leaving them with debilitating psychological damage, amnesia, and a complete inability to live a normal life. The long list of known victims, including those in the brain electrode and psychic driving experiments, demonstrates the immense human cost of this relentless search for a technology that simply didn't exist. Chapter 8. Decline and Ethical Reckoning. The immense and intensely secretive machinery of Project MKUltra, which operated largely without interference for years, began to lose its momentum in the early 1960s, driven by shifting leadership and increasing internal criticism over the program's failure to deliver results. Although Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, the project's director and chief chemist, had spent over a decade testing every available drug and psychiatric technique, the fundamental goal of mind control, the ability to completely program a person, remained an elusive fantasy. By 1960, the CIA had tested every drug and every psychiatric technique in the book. They'd found thousands of cruel ways to break a mind, but not a single reliable way to control it. LSD, the agency's favorite drug, was eventually concluded to be too unpredictable in its effects. Even worse for the project's secrecy, the massive volume of LSD that the CIA had secretly shipped around the United States had inadvertently leaked out. This LSD, originally intended for control and interrogation, flowed from university professors to students and eventually into the general public. Ironically, instead of controlling people, the drug seemed to help them rediscover themselves and break from convention, thus becoming one of the root causes for the counterculture movement of the 1960s and 70s. With LSD loose in the world and the cultural landscape changing dramatically, MKUltra could not remain a secret for much longer. A significant organizational shift occurred in 1961 when Alan Dulles, the director who had formally approved MKUltra, retired as Director of Central Intelligence. Dulles was replaced by a man called John McCone. MKUltra was already reduced from its peak years, but it was still the most secretive project at the agency. McCone wanted to know what it was, but Gottlieb managed to dissuade him from learning anything about MKUltra, even while launching a few more sub-projects. McCone's caution regarding the project demonstrated that not everyone at the top was comfortable with the secrecy involved. However, after 2 years leading the CIA, McCone had become increasingly suspicious about MKUltra, and he asked for a formal report on it. Most specific details of the operations were omitted from this report, but it reached several damning conclusions about the project's ethics and legality. The report made 4 main points. MKUltra was unethical, it was illegal, it was contrary to the rights and interests of the American people, and revealing details about it would do untold damage to the CIA's reputation. The conclusion of the report was that MKUltra should be reduced in scope. Gottlieb surprisingly took that a step further. Over the last few years, the CIA's initial hunch about the Soviets being able to control minds was proven plainly wrong. Gottlieb recognized that mind control was nothing but a fantasy. He concluded that MKUltra had been a complete failure, apart from leading to some new special interrogation methods. Following this realization, Gottlieb decided to effectively let the project fade away, ensuring that all remaining sub-projects would not be renewed. Despite this internal scaling back, the activities conducted under MK Ultra stood in stark defiance of globally recognized ethical standards. The entire premise of MK Ultra violated the principles of the Nuremberg Code. This code, which demands voluntary consent from the human subject, requires that the experiment avoid all unnecessary physical and mental suffering and protect subjects from injury, had been established 6 years before MK Ultra's creation in response to the military tribunal of Nazi scientists. MK Ultra systematically disregarded every one of these ethical principles. In 1965, John McCone resigned from the CIA. His successor quit within a year and was replaced by Richard Helms. Helms was a man who had played an instrumental part in MK Ultra's operational history. One of Helms's first actions was to promote Gottlieb to chief of the recently renamed Technical Services Division. Gottlieb did well in his new role, helping develop a range of gadgets from miniature cameras to poisons and a surgically modified cat with a microphone and transmitter. Gottlieb was viewed as indispensable to the CIA, and with Helms as director, MK Ultra seemed a long-forgotten memory for the next 7 years. During this period, there was a quiet acknowledgement within the intelligence community that operations sometimes required actions contrary to agents' moral precepts. Former CIA Director Helms admitted that agents sometimes had to undertake actions that were contrary to their moral precepts when dealing with covert operations. He said that you can't take on operations of that scope, draw narrow boundaries of policy around them, and be absolutely sure that those boundaries will never be overstepped. Helms insisted that the CIA had given congressional oversight committees full information about its spending and operations. However, statements from members of Congress who were supposed to receive this testimony suggested they really didn't know and didn't want to know what the CIA was doing. Some members of Congress even stopped Helms during testimony, saying, "We don't want to hear about that we might talk in our sleep. Don't tell us this." This demonstrated that while some officials preferred to maintain plausible deniability, the ethical boundaries were undeniably blurred. The political climate outside the agency was rapidly changing, making the secrecy surrounding projects like MK Ultra increasingly difficult to maintain. The turning point came on June 17, 1972, with the Watergate scandal. Police caught men wiretapping phones and stealing documents at the Democratic National Committee's office in the Watergate complex. The intruders had ties to President Richard Nixon's re-election campaign, using surveillance gear supplied by Gottlieb's Technical Services Division. Nixon asked Helms to create a cover story for him, but Helms refused, and Nixon subsequently fired him months later. With the removal of Helms, MK Ultra's most influential gatekeeper was suddenly gone. In a perfectly timed move, Helms asked Gottlieb to destroy all records of MK Ultra on his last day on the job. This act, the destruction of evidence, would forever shroud the program in mystery, ensuring that most of the documentation was lost. The next director of Central Intelligence, James Schlesinger, was determined to root out all corruption from the agency. He immediately fired Gottlieb and asked all current and former employees of the CIA to report any illegal activities the agency had ever been involved in. Just 2 days later, President Nixon made Schlesinger his Secretary of Defense. The next director, William Colby, received the report Schlesinger had requested, which, given the gravity of its 693 pages, ensured the CIA's illegal activities remained a secret for the time being. But the information inevitably leaked. Months after President Nixon's resignation in 1974, the New York Times ran a story about the had ever been involved in. Just 2 days later, President Nixon made Schlesinger his Secretary of Defense. The next director, William Colby, received the report Schlesinger had requested, which, given the gravity of its 693 pages, ensured the CIA's illegal activities remained a secret for the time being. But the information inevitably leaked. Months after President Nixon's resignation in 1974, the New York Times ran a story about the CIA's illegal spying on members of the anti-war movement. This media exposure forced the next U.S. president, Gerald Ford, to launch an official investigation. This investigation was known as the Rockefeller Commission. The Rockefeller Commission focused mostly on the CIA's illegal spying on American citizens. During 6 months of hearings, MKUltra was never mentioned by name, but some of its illegal activities were discussed. The final report, released in June 1975, confirmed that the CIA had engaged in unlawful activities, had gone beyond its mandate, and had succumbed to political pressures from the White House. Crucially, the report confirmed that there was a drug testing program involving the use of LSD against unsuspecting persons. The day after the report's release, the Washington Post ran several stories about the findings. One of them detailed the case of an Army scientist who, after being given LSD without consent, developed serious side effects and died after falling from a hotel window in New York. This detail was instantly recognized by Frank Olson's son, Eric Olson. Just 10 days later, the government confirmed the scientist was Frank Olson, finally exposing one of MKUltra's earliest and most tragic fatalities, 2 decades after the fact. The public had been forced to confront the dark ethical path the agency had taken in its desperate and failed search for mind control. Chapter 9. The 1973 Destruction Order. Project MKUltra had quietly faded from the forefront of CIA operations by the early 1970s, having been deemed both a scientific failure and an ethical disaster by those few internal figures who knew its full scope. Mind control, the great hope of the Cold War, had proven to be nothing more than a fantasy. But the program's official end, the moment the curtain was drawn on decades of illegal human experimentation, was marked not by a public announcement or a government report, but by a quiet, calculated act of destruction. The catalyst for this destruction was the growing political crisis known as Watergate. On June 17, 1972, police in Washington, D.C. arrested several men attempting to wiretap phones and steal documents at the Democratic National Committee's office in the Watergate complex. These intruders had ties to President Richard Nixon's re-election campaign, and they were found using surveillance gear supplied by the CIA's Technical Services Division, which was led by MKUltra's former director, Sidney Gottlieb. President Nixon tried to contain the crisis by asking the CIA director, Richard Helms, to create a cover story for him, but Helms refused. Nixon subsequently fired Helms a few months later. With Helms's dismissal, MKUltra's most influential gatekeeper was suddenly gone, and the project was left exposed during an era of unprecedented public scrutiny and suspicion toward the government. In a move that sealed the fate of the project's history, Helms, on his last day on the job, asked Gottlieb to destroy all records of MK-Ultra. This request was perfectly timed, occurring just as the political atmosphere was heating up and the CIA faced potential investigations into its activities. Gottlieb, the man whose name was linked to 60 of the 149 sub-projects, personally carried out this critical order. The destruction of the records was intended to ensure that the scope of the program, which involved testing every possible substance and method on willing and unwilling subjects both inside America and abroad, would never be fully revealed. The agency aimed to erase all evidence that MK-Ultra had operated for 32 years without interference, oversight, or repercussions. By destroying the files, the CIA hoped to ensure that all the crimes committed in the name of national security would remain secret, allowing the senior scientists involved, including Gottlieb and his second-in-command, Robert Lashbrook, to live out their lives on pensions without ever being brought to justice. This wholesale destruction of evidence was an illegal act. The vast majority of the documentation surrounding the 149 sub-projects was lost forever. The records that were destroyed included details about the experiments themselves, the unwitting American citizens who were used as test subjects, and the specific locations and institutions where the illegal activities occurred. However, the destruction order, carried out in 1973, was not entirely successful. Gottlieb, despite his meticulous efforts to destroy all operational files, made a crucial mistake. He forgot to destroy the financial records related to MK-Ultra. This small oversight would prove to be the foundation for the later public exposure of the project. These financial records, which included documentation of payments to universities, hospitals, and pharmaceutical companies involved in the secret research, were the only substantial proof that survived the purge. The first true signs of an ethical reckoning came shortly after the file destruction. The new director of Central Intelligence, James Schlesinger, who replaced Helms, was determined to root out corruption. He immediately fired Gottlieb and asked all current and former CIA employees to report any illegal activities the agency had ever been a part of. Although Schlesinger was quickly moved to Secretary of Defense, his successor, William Colby, received the report, which was 693 pages long and detailed the agency's illegal activities, though this information was initially kept secret. The atmosphere of secrecy and fear was pervasive. Even members of Congress, who were supposed to receive full information about the CIA's spending and operations, sometimes preferred to remain ignorant. Helms acknowledged statements from Oversight Committee members who said they didn't want to hear about the details of certain operations, fearing they might talk in their sleep. This culture of willful ignorance allowed programs like MK-Ultra to flourish for years and protected the CIA from accountability after the destruction order. Years later, in 1977, a researcher named John Marks submitted a Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA, request for any and all MK-Ultra documents that had survived the destruction. Since the CIA had to comply with the FOIA request, Marks received over 16,000 pages of documents. These documents were the forgotten financial records. Despite being only financial reports, these documents revealed real, concrete details about MKUltra, and Gotautleb's name was all over them. Marx released this information in a press conference, forcing the U.S. Senate to reopen its investigation into MKUltra. The surviving financial records, though sparse compared to the vast destruction, revealed the scope of the project, including the wide range of research and experiments, human testing of LSD and depressants, the mixing of alcohol and LSD, the stockpiling of toxic chemicals and bioweapons under Project MK Naomi, and the under-the-table slush funds and payments to other federal agencies. They three. Marx released this information in a press conference, forcing the U.S. Senate to reopen its investigation into MKUltra. The surviving financial records, though sparse compared to the vast destruction, revealed the scope of the project, including the wide range of research and experiments, human testing of LSD and depressants, the mixing of alcohol and LSD, the stockpiling of toxic chemicals and bioweapons under Project MK Naomi, and the under-the-table slush funds and payments to other federal agencies. They also confirmed that the CIA had funded research into substances like LSD and gave grants to academics across the country, many of whom had no idea their research was being used by the CIA. The destruction of the MKUltra records in 1973 was a clear attempt to completely erase the program from history and shield those responsible from justice. But because of the few documents that survived, specifically the forgotten financial paperwork, the entire story of MKUltra would eventually be pieced back together, ensuring that the CIA's crimes would not remain secret forever. Chapter 10. The Aftermath. Exposure, Lawsuits, and Legacy. The quiet act of destroying the MKUltra records in 1973 was intended to bury the project forever, ensuring that the horrifying details of decades of illegal human experimentation would never be known. But as often happens with massive secrets, the truth had a persistent way of leaking out, leading to decades of investigation, litigation, and public reckoning. This is the aftermath of MKUltra, the process of exposure, the quest for justice, and the project's lingering legacy. The first major crack in the wall of secrecy came in 1974, months after President Nixon's resignation. The New York Times ran a story about the CIA's illegal spying on American citizens involved in the anti-war movement. This media exposure forced the next U.S. President, Gerald Ford, to launch an official investigation, which was called the Rockefeller Commission. This commission focused mostly on the CIA's illegal domestic spying of American citizens. The commission's final report was released in June 1975, following 6 months of hearings. It was a report of 299 pages. The report confirmed that the CIA had engaged in unlawful activities, had gone beyond its mandate, and had succumbed to political pressures from the White House. Crucially, the report confirmed that there was a drug testing program involving the use of LSD against unsuspecting persons. Although MKUltra was never mentioned by name during the hearings, some of its activities were discussed. The day after the report was released, the Washington Post ran 4 stories about it. One of these stories detailed the case of an Army scientist who, after being given LSD without consent, developed serious side effects, and died after falling from a New York hotel window. This detail was instantly recognized by Frank Olson's son, Eric Olson, now 31 years old. Eric had spent his life haunted by the vague story that his father, Frank Olson, had either fallen or jumped from the window in 1953. Just 10 days after the report's release, the government confirmed that the scientist in the report was Frank Olson. The revelation forced the government to change its official narrative. President Ford issued a formal apology to the Olson family, and the director of the CIA also apologized. The government agreed that this was a wrongful death and offered the family a $750,000 settlement if they agreed not to sue the agency, which the family accepted. The new official narrative was that Frank Olson had jumped out of the window after a bad LSD trip. Parallel to the Rockefeller Commission, the U.S. Senate launched a broader investigation known as the Church Committee. The Church Committee's goal was to determine to what degree the CIA was engaging in illegal activities. They had to rely on the sworn testimony of individuals who had willingly participated in the program since the files had been ordered destroyed in 1973. In 1975, Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, the director of MK-Ultra, was called to testify before the Church Committee. He was granted legal immunity and allowed to testify behind closed doors under an alias. Over 40 hours of testimony, Gottlieb only revealed the most superficial details. About his time at the CIA, many of the men questioned during the hearings were suffering from what some called selective amnesia, unable to recall specific details about the human experiments or who was involved. By the time the Church Committee submitted its final report, MK-Ultra and Gottlieb were still shrouded in mystery. The true exposure came in 1977 when a dedicated researcher named John Marks submitted a request for any and all MK-Ultra documents that might have escaped destruction using the Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA. The CIA had to comply, and Marks received over 16,000 pages of documents. These documents were the forgotten financial records that Gottlieb had overlooked during the 1973 purge. Despite being only financial reports, these documents revealed concrete details about MK-Ultra, and Gottlieb's name appeared all over them. Marks released this information in a press conference, forcing the U.S. Senate to reopen its investigation. Gottlieb was called to testify again, this time before the Senate, but he remained masterfully deceptive, never revealing that he was the project's director or that any test subjects had died. He only admitted that he didn't recall ever having been preoccupied with the issue of unwittingly dosing people. John Marks spent the next 2 years investigating every detail found in the financial records. In 1979, he released his book, The Search for the Manchurian Candidate, which exposed MK-Ultra's horrifying truth in ways no government report ever had. The book detailed the CIA's cruel experiments on prisoners, mental patients, and even children in its useless search for mind control. For the first time, Americans were confronted with the full story of MK-Ultra and the people behind it, causing public trust in the CIA to fall to record lows. For the victims and their families, the fight for justice continued. Frank Olson's son, Eric Olson, made it his life's mission to find out what really happened to his father. When Frank's mother passed away in 1993, Eric had his father's body exhumed. The second autopsy revealed that Frank Olson had a blunt force trauma injury to his skull, and the medical examiner concluded that Olson was intentionally thrown out of the window. The exhumation exposed the official CIA suicide narrative as a cover story. Frank Olson's sons sued the CIA again, but the judge dismissed the case due to the original 1975 settlement agreement. However, the judge stated, the second autopsy revealed that Frank Olson had a blunt force trauma injury to his skull, and the medical examiner concluded that Olson was intentionally thrown out of the window. The exhumation exposed the official CIA suicide narrative as a cover story. Frank Olson's sons sued the CIA again, but the judge dismissed the case due to the original 1975 settlement agreement. However, the judge stated that the family's allegations that the CIA murdered their father, though far-fetched, appeared to be the truth. This suspicion was supported by a declassified 1953 CIA assassination manual, describing a preferred method of assassination as dropping a victim from at least 75 feet onto a hard surface. In 1999, the New York District Attorney began investigating Gottlieb for the murder of Frank Olson, but Gottlieb died before a trial could take place, taking all his secrets with him. The Canadian victims of Dr. Donald Ewan Cameron's brutal depatterning experiments at the Allen Memorial Institute also sought justice. 9 people who had suffered trauma, amnesia, and permanent disability as a result of Cameron's research, which was funded by MK Ultra Sub-Project 68, successfully sued the CIA. The CIA settled out of court. The legacy of MK Ultra remains deeply troubling. The program is a chilling example of human cruelty, demonstrating that people will do horrible things for what they consider to be good reasons, often in defense against a perceived existential threat. It highlights the dangers of secrecy and unchecked power, as the CIA was able to find doctors who were not only willing, but in some cases excited, to carry out these unethical experiments, violating every principle of the Nuremberg Code. MK Ultra fundamentally changed public trust in government. The public was confronted with the fact that the CIA, operating for the U.S. government, had committed some of the most heinous crimes imaginable against its own citizens. Even today, the legacy of MK Ultra reminds the world that intelligence agencies are capable of massive, illegal campaigns of human experimentation. The project's methods, including sensory deprivation, isolation, psychological punishment, and sexual humiliation, are still seen in reports of modern interrogation programs at sites like Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo Bay. Because the majority of the files were destroyed, most victims of MK Ultra remain unknown and will likely never be known. Though the CIA promises that MK Ultra was the last time drug experiments were done on people against their will, the lingering questions and the lack of full accountability ensure that the dark shadow of the project will continue to influence public discussion and conspiracy theories for many years to come. The entire history of MK Ultra is a quiet, profound reminder to protect freedom and democracy by thinking critically, researching information, and remaining aware of the pervasive nature of propaganda. Now we'll move into the story of the space race. This chapter of American history began with tension and competition, but it slowly grew into a quiet search for discovery and possibility. It's the path that carried the country from early rocket tests to the moment humans first reached the moon. Let's ease into that journey and follow how the space race unfolded step by step. The history of the American journey to space is a story of quiet beginnings, unexpected shocks, and a determination to achieve the seemingly impossible. It's a complex history that begins, like so many great technological leaps, with the necessities of war. The incredible achievements of the American space program, like landing a man on the moon, wouldn't have been possible without certain foundations being laid years before. You see, the deepest roots of the space race actually lie in the technology created by German scientists during the Second World War. Back then, they unveiled a true marvel of engineering called the V-2 rocket. This long-range guided ballistic missile was unlike anything the world had ever seen before. It could soar to the edge of space. Though it was a weapon, it showed a clear glimpse into the future, proving that vehicles could be launched far beyond the confines of Earth's atmosphere. As the war finally came to a close, both the United States and the Soviet Union recognized the immense potential held by this technology. They knew that securing these rockets and, even more importantly, the brilliant minds behind them was absolutely crucial. This fierce scramble set the stage for a new kind of rivalry that would eventually define the Cold War, a contest of technological might where dominance in space was perceived as translating directly to dominance on Earth. The United States acted quickly, launching a secret program they called Operation Paperclip. The goal was simple: bring German scientists to America to assist with the U.S.'s own rocket program. Among the most important of these recruits was a man named Wernher von Braun. He was the mastermind behind the original V-2 rocket. Von Braun and his team found a new home at the U.S. Army's Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama. Here they adapted their detailed knowledge of ballistic missiles for what von Braun hoped would be a new, peaceful mission: the exploration of space. Von Braun eventually joined NASA as the first director of its Marshall Space Flight Center in 1960. By the end of the 1940s, the U.S. was definitely pouring resources into these various fledgling rocket programs. While military applications were still at the forefront, the potential for pure scientific exploration was becoming increasingly apparent. Experimental rockets were pushing higher and faster, making the dream of spaceflight feel closer to reality. The technology born from the ashes of war was now set to carry the hopes and dreams of an entire nation into the cosmos. The stage was set, but it was set for competition. America was determined to pursue space exploration, but it hadn't yet entered a true race. That all changed suddenly and dramatically on October 4th, 1957. That day began like any other, but it ended with a small metal sphere altering the course of history entirely. The Soviet Union had successfully launched Sputnik 1, the world's first artificial satellite, into orbit around Earth. This small, beeping basketball-sized object circling the planet marked the official start of the space race. It instantly transformed the Cold War into a cosmic competition. The successful launch of Sputnik profoundly shocked the world, and especially the United States. It was a clear, sudden demonstration of Soviet technological prowess that caught America completely off guard. The U.S. public and government alike were hit hard. The launch shattered the notion that America was technologically superior. It raised serious fears of a significant military gap because people reasoned if the Soviets could put a satellite into orbit so easily, they could just as easily launch nuclear weapons across continents. This realization sent genuine shockwaves through the government and the American public. The immediate response in the U.S. was intense. the United States rapidly accelerated its own space and missile programs, pouring resources into scientific research and education. There was a huge, renewed focus on science and mathematics in schools, with the government providing funding through the National Defense Education Act. The specific goal was to produce a new generation of scientists and engineers who could help America quickly catch up in this new race. But catching up wasn't easy. The previous year had seen some embarrassing setbacks for the U.S. efforts in satellite launches. Notably, the Vanguard rocket, which was intended to carry America's first satellite, exploded on the launch pad, becoming a fiery spectacle of failure. The U.S. needed a clear success to restore national confidence and prove it could compete. Just months after the initial Sputnik launch, America was ready to play its hand. On January 31st, 1958, the United States successfully launched Explorer-1, its first successful satellite, into orbit. This achievement marked America's official entry into the space race following the Soviet triumph. Explorer-1 was developed by the team led by Wernher von Braun. The satellite was launched aboard a Juno 1 rocket, which was a modified version of the Army's Redstone ballistic missile. This success was critical because, unlike Sputnik, which primarily served as a proof of concept, Explorer-1 carried scientific instruments. This strategic decision demonstrated America's commitment not just to matching Soviet achievements, but to advancing actual scientific knowledge. The most significant instrument on board was a cosmic ray detector designed to measure radiation levels in Earth's orbit. The mission proved to be far more successful than anyone had anticipated. As Explorer-1 orbited Earth, it made a groundbreaking discovery. The cosmic ray detector showed unexpected variations in radiation levels, providing the first evidence of what would later be named the Van Allen radiation belts. These belts are charged particles held in place by Earth's magnetic field. This discovery was a major scientific breakthrough that immediately highlighted the profound importance of space exploration for advancing our understanding of Earth and its environment. The success of Explorer-1 helped restore some of America's confidence after the earlier failures. It showed that the U.S. could definitely compete in space and, in some key areas, even surpass Soviet achievements. But the triumph of Explorer-1 also exposed a glaring issue. The U.S. lacked a unified strategy for its space exploration efforts. Different groups were handling different projects, and it was disorganized. The U.S. needed a way to harness all of its technological and scientific prowess under a single, coordinated roof. The answer came on October 1st, 1958. President Dwight D. Eisenhower signed the National Aeronautics and Space Act, which officially created the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA. NASA wasn't just a bureaucratic reshuffling. It represented a fundamental shift in how the United States would approach space exploration going forward. The new agency was given a massive mandate: lead America's efforts in all aeronautical and space activities. This mandate encompassed everything from developing advanced aircraft to the monumental goal of sending humans beyond Earth's atmosphere. NASA consolidated the country's fragmented efforts into a single, coordinated push for the stars. The agency inherited several key existing projects from its predecessor organizations, including the Explorer satellite program and the cutting-edge X-15 rocket plane, which explored the boundaries between atmosphere and space. Although NASA faced an uphill battle from the start, the Soviet Union still had a huge head start in rocketry. The foundation was finally laid. The agency was now organized, receiving funding, and, most importantly, it had the critical initial success of Explorer-1 behind it. This collaborative approach, which included working with scientists from universities, Military experts and private industry partners allowed NASA to begin making rapid progress in those crucial early years. The space race was intensifying, and America was finally ready to push the boundaries of human knowledge and capability in space. Chapter 2. Project Mercury, Alan Shepard and the first U.S. missions to space. Project Mercury began in 1958 under the newly formed NASA. The goal was perfectly clear: send an astronaut into orbit, bring them back safely, and in doing so, prove that the U.S. could actually compete with the Soviet Union in this intense new rivalry. They needed to show the world that American technology and American ingenuity were up to the immense challenge. The Soviets, however, were still dominating the news. They had shocked the world with Sputnik 1 and later with Sputnik 2, which carried the dog Laika, proving that a living organism could survive the stresses of launch and function in space. This achievement only heightened the pressure on the U.S. to achieve a human flight. NASA faced significant challenges from the start. Developing rockets reliable enough to safely carry humans to space was no small feat, especially since they were largely adapting existing military missile technology for space travel. That process was fraught with setbacks and failures. Simultaneously, scientists had to grapple with creating life support systems that could keep an astronaut alive in the harsh environment of space. Despite these hurdles, Project Mercury pressed forward, driven by the urgency of the Cold War rivalry. A critical part of this early program was selecting the men who would take on this incredibly dangerous mission. NASA carefully selected these individuals from a pool of elite military test pilots. They were looking for men who could handle the intense physical and mental demands of spaceflight. These astronauts became known collectively as the Mercury 7. They quickly transformed into symbols of American determination and ingenuity, their bravery inspiring the public and helping to rally support for the entire space program. Among this original group was Gus Grissom, Wally Schirra, and the man who would take America's first flight, Alan Shepard. The Soviets achieved the monumental first human flight on April 12, 1961, when cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin launched aboard Vostok 1. Gagarin completed a single orbit around Earth, reaching speeds of 27,400 kilometers per hour. His mission lasted just 108 minutes, but it accomplished what had once seemed impossible. Humanity had achieved spaceflight. News of Gagarin's successful flight spread rapidly, cementing the Soviet Union's lead in the space race. The pressure on America was now even greater. They had to respond quickly. Less than a month after Gagarin's historic orbital flight, the United States was ready to send its own astronaut into space. On May 5, 1961, Alan Shepard was strapped into his tiny Freedom 7 spacecraft. His launch came after months of preparation, and the tension was palpable. As he prepared for liftoff, the calm command, "All systems are go," signaled that America was finally ready to make its move. Shepard completed a suborbital flight, meaning he didn't achieve the velocity needed to circle the Earth as Gagarin had. Instead, he soared up to an altitude of 187 kilometers before returning to Earth. The entire mission lasted only about 15 minutes. Though brief, this mission was a crucial step forward for the U.S. space program. Shepard's successful return demonstrated that a human could survive the physical demands of spaceflight. He was immediately welcomed home as a hero. However, the nature of the flight showed America was still playing catch-up. While Shepard's achievement was significant, it was overshadowed by the fact that the Soviets had already flown a human in a full orbit. President John F. Kennedy recognized immediately that if the United States was truly going to overtake the Soviet space program, a much bolder mission was necessary. Just weeks after Shepard's flight, Kennedy stood before Congress and made a monumental declaration that would forever change the trajectory of NASA and the nation. He announced a daring, ambitious goal. "I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth." Kennedy's choice of the moon as the ultimate destination was a calculated move. It represented the pinnacle of human exploration, a feat so audacious it would leave no doubt about America's capabilities and determination. The goal transformed the space race from merely a competition between rivals into a definitive quest for knowledge and human achievement. When Kennedy addressed Congress, the United States had just 15 minutes of human spaceflight experience, thanks entirely to Alan Shepard's short journey. No one knew if landing a man on the moon was even physically possible, let alone achievable, in just 9 years. It would be an unprecedented engineering and scientific undertaking, one that would eventually become known as the Apollo program. Project Mercury now had a purpose far beyond proving survival. It had to pave the way for the moon. NASA intensified its efforts, and the American public rallied behind the new goal. The Mercury program's next critical milestone came on February the 20th, 1962, when John Glenn made history as the first American to orbit Earth. Glenn's friendship. 7 missions lasted nearly 5 hours, during which he circled the planet 3 times. This achievement finally brought the United States closer to parity with the Soviet Union in the orbital aspect of the space race. Glenn instantly captivated the American public, transforming him into a national hero overnight. As Project Mercury progressed, each subsequent mission pushed the boundaries of what was possible. The program gradually extended the flight durations, culminating in Gordon Cooper's Faith 7 mission in May 1963. Cooper orbited Earth 22 times over 34 hours, demonstrating that humans could function effectively in space for extended periods of time. This duration finally brought the Americans close to the Soviet endurance record, set earlier by cosmonaut Gurman Titov's 25-hour flight on Vostok 2. These Mercury missions and the successful return of 6 astronauts to Earth proved that human spaceflight was not only possible, but could be reliably and repeatedly achieved. The program provided vital data on how the human body and mind cope with exposure to the space environment. The successful engineering, rigorous training, and increasing complexity of the Project Mercury missions laid the crucial groundwork for the more ambitious endeavors that would follow. The next stage of America's journey would be Project Gemini, designed specifically to master the new techniques, like docking and spacewalking, that were absolutely necessary for reaching the moon. The path to Apollo was now officially open. Chapter 3. President Kennedy's Promise. Committing the nation to the moon goal. In 1961, at the height of the intense Cold War rivalry, the Soviet Union had already claimed the most prestigious title in space, First Man in Space. Just weeks before Alan Shepard's flight, cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin became the first human to orbit Earth. Gagarin's mission lasted 108 minutes, an achievement that cemented the Soviet lead in the space race and was a major victory for the USSR in the quest for cosmic supremacy. The impact of these early Soviet successes, starting with Sputnik in 1957 and culminating with Gagarin's orbit, was profound. The launches were seen as a clear demonstration of Soviet technological prowess and they raised serious concerns within the American government and among the public. The United States needed to make a bold move, something spectacular that would clearly reassert its technological strength and capture the world's imagination. President John F. Kennedy knew that the United States needed a mission far more ambitious than the short flights of Project Mercury if it was ever going to overtake the Soviet space program. The answer, he realized, wasn't just catching up. It was leaping ahead to a goal so audacious that it would leave no doubt about America's capabilities. The ultimate destination Kennedy chose was the moon. On May 25th, 1961, just weeks after Shepard's 15-minute flight, President Kennedy stood before Congress and made a monumental declaration that would forever change the trajectory of NASA and the nation. He announced a definitive, high-stakes commitment. I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth. This wasn't just a scientific objective. It was a powerful statement of national will and a direct challenge to the American spirit. The moon represented the absolute pinnacle of human exploration, a feat so daring it would silence any doubts about American technological superiority. Kennedy's choice transformed the space race from simply a competition between rivals into a definitive, all-consuming quest for human achievement. When Kennedy addressed Congress with this incredible challenge, the United States literally had just 15 minutes of human spaceflight experience. At that time, no one knew if a moon landing was even technically possible, let alone achievable, in the 9 short years left in the decade. It would require an unprecedented engineering and scientific undertaking, one marked by both heroism and, tragically, setbacks. The incredible task of landing an American astronaut on the moon became known as the Apollo program. This goal ignited a massive national effort. Suddenly, space exploration wasn't just a distant dream. It was a national mission, uniting the American public behind a singular, inspiring objective. NASA, which was still a very young agency at the time, was instantly thrust into the spotlight. Engineers and scientists immediately began working around the clock to develop the incredibly complex technologies needed for lunar missions. The project required the development of systems that could withstand the extreme conditions of space, push rudimentary computer systems to their very limits, and create life support systems capable of sustaining astronauts across hundreds of thousands of miles of cold, empty space. Before NASA could even begin designing the specific lunar spacecraft, it had to tackle fundamental questions about the how of the mission. How exactly would they manage to send astronauts to the moon? The most straightforward idea was to send a single, massive spacecraft from Earth all the way to the moon and back again. However, a spacecraft large enough to carry all the necessary equipment, supplies, and fuel for that entire round trip would require an impossibly huge rocket just to launch it off Earth. One of the men best placed to help answer these questions was NASA's top rocket scientist, Wernher von Braun. You'll remember von Braun from earlier, as he was the individual recruited through Operation Paperclip, who had spearheaded the V-2 rocket program during World War II. By 1960, he joined NASA as the first director of its Marshall Space Flight Center. Von Braun initially favored a different approach than the direct Earth-to-Moon flight. He suggested solving the size problem by launching the spacecraft in smaller pieces aboard several smaller rockets and then assembling the entire structure in orbit around Earth. But even this plan still left the problem of how to land such a massive, combined spacecraft on the moon's surface. The solution that NASA ultimately adopted came from an engineer named John Hubolt. He suggested a completely different option, one that was initially considered too dangerous by NASA's most senior leaders. Hubolt's plan involved sending not one, but two separate spacecraft joined together to the moon. The first spacecraft was the Command and Service Module, or CSM. This part would act as the astronauts' home, providing fuel, power, supplies, and living space for the three crew members as they traveled to and from the moon. The second spacecraft, the Lunar Excursion Module, or LEM, later just the Lunar Module, or LM, was the part specifically designed to land on the moon. It would be piloted by two astronauts, while the third astronaut would remain behind in the CSM, orbiting the moon. This two-part approach was crucial because the lunar module only needed the equipment and fuel necessary for the lunar landing and ascent back into orbit. It didn't need to withstand Earth's atmosphere. This meant the lunar module could be incredibly small and light. These huge savings in weight meant that the entire combined spacecraft could actually be launched successfully on a single, albeit very large, rocket. Von Braun eventually endorsed Hubolt's Lunar Orbital Rendezvous proposal. However, the plan was inherently high risk. It required NASA to invent entirely new piloting techniques, such as docking and undocking two separate spacecraft in the vacuum of space, and then executing those complex maneuvers flawlessly. If anything went wrong during the separation or redocking, the two astronauts on the moon would have absolutely no hope of rescue. To pave the way for this complex lunar mission, NASA relied on the lessons and technological experience gained from the current space programs, Project Mercury and the successor, Project Gemini. The space flights of Mercury and Gemini were necessary to develop and perfect these new piloting techniques, such as performing spacewalks, mastering orbital maneuvers, and ensuring that astronauts could work and live effectively in space for long periods. President Kennedy's bold vision had transformed a technological rivalry into humanity's greatest adventure. While Kennedy himself didn't live to see the Apollo achievements, having been assassinated in 1963, his commitment set in motion the chain of events that would define an entire generation. The immense high-risk work of designing, building, and perfecting the spacecraft capable of carrying Americans to the moon was now NASA's singular, unwavering focus. Chapter 4. Project Gemini. Mastering rendezvous and spacewalking techniques. The promise had been made. President Kennedy had committed the nation to an incredibly audacious goal, landing a man on the moon and bringing him back safely before the end of the decade. But when he made that promise in 1961, the United States had just 15 minutes of human spaceflight experience, thanks to Alan Shepard's brief suborbital journey. The simple, single astronaut flights of Project Mercury had only shown that a human could survive the launch and return to Earth. NASA simply wasn't ready to go to the moon yet. Before America could launch the massive Apollo missions, they needed an essential bridge program to master the incredibly complex and high-risk techniques absolutely necessary for a lunar landing. That crucial bridge was called Project Gemini, which began in 1961. Its entire existence was focused on developing and perfecting the skills vital for a successful lunar mission. The moon landing plan required a difficult dance in space, sending two spacecraft joined together, the Command and Service Module and the Lunar Module, and they would need astronauts who could execute complex aerial maneuvers far from home. Project Gemini's main goals were all crucial steps toward the moon. First, astronauts had to learn how to expertly maneuver and dock two spacecraft together while in orbit. This was necessary because the lunar module, carrying the landing crew, had to undock from the command module in lunar orbit, and then, after completing the moon mission, find and reconnect with the command module, which would be circling the moon. This specific maneuver was called Lunar Orbital Rendezvous, and it was initially considered far too dangerous by many of NASA's senior engineers. They knew that if anything went wrong during the separation or the redocking process, the two astronauts on the moon would have absolutely no hope of rescue. Second, astronauts had to prove they could handle long-duration spaceflight. A full trip to the moon and back would require the crew to spend many days, potentially even weeks, living and working in the cramped confines of a spacecraft, a duration far longer than the short flights of Project Mercury. Third, astronauts needed to master extravehicular activity, or EVA, which is commonly known as spacewalking. They needed to prove that a human could actually leave the protection of the capsule and perform manual work in the complete vacuum of space, which would be crucial for tasks like checking the exterior of the spacecraft or fixing equipment. In the early days of Gemini, America was still lagging behind its Cold War rival in the spacewalk department. The Soviet Union had achieved the first human spacewalk on March 18th, 1965. When cosmonaut Alexei Leonov stepped out of his Voskhod, two spacecraft and floated at the end of a tether for 12 minutes. Although his suit experienced problems that made it difficult for him to re-enter the airlock, the mission proved that humans could physically work in the vacuum of space. Just 3 months after Leonov's achievement, America successfully completed its first spacewalk during the Gemini 4 mission. On June 3, 1965, astronaut Ed White stepped out of his spacecraft and into the silent void. White floated at the end of a tether for 23 minutes, maneuvering with a handheld gas gun. This historic moment proved that Americans could also perform critical work outside their spacecraft, establishing an ability essential for the future moon missions. The next major obstacle Gemini had to master was the precision flying required for rendezvous and docking in orbit. This highly technical skill was the cosmic ballet needed to link two separate vehicles traveling at speeds over 17,000 miles per hour. The critical test for this maneuver came in December 1965 with the combined missions of Gemini 6A and Gemini 7. The original plan for Gemini 6 involved using an unmanned target vehicle, but that vehicle unfortunately exploded shortly after liftoff, forcing NASA to quickly devise a new, daring plan. The new plan was that Gemini 6, commanded by Wally Schirra and piloted by Tom Stafford, would instead chase and rendezvous with Gemini 7, which was already in orbit. Gemini 7 had launched first, carrying astronauts Frank Borman and Jim Lovell. They were settled in for what would be a record-breaking, grueling 14-day endurance test, pushing the limits of human endurance and the spacecraft's life support systems. They lived in incredibly cramped quarters that were only about the size of the front seat of a small car. 3 days after Gemini 7 launched, the refurbished Gemini 6A finally lifted off. Using rudimentary computer systems and their own piloting skills, Schirra and Stafford successfully guided their craft toward the other spacecraft. After hours of careful maneuvering, the two capsules finally came within visual range of each other, flying in formation. The two spacecraft, each traveling at tremendous orbital speeds, ultimately came within just 1 foot of each other. Borman and Lovell, peering out of Gemini 7's tiny windows, could clearly see the faces of their fellow astronauts in Gemini 6A. This achievement was nothing short of historic. It proved unequivocally that spacecraft could find each other and maneuver precisely in the vastness of space. This capability was vital for the complex lunar missions to come, where the command module and lunar module would separate and then need to precisely reconnect in lunar orbit. While the rendezvous was a resounding success, Gemini 7 still had to complete its long-duration flight. Borman and Lovell successfully completed their mission, spending nearly 14 days orbiting the Earth. Their extended mission tested the astronauts' physical and mental endurance in the tiny capsule, providing crucial data on how the human body and mind cope with prolonged exposure to space. Their experiences proved that humans could effectively function in space for the long periods necessary for a trip to the moon. The final step in orbital control was full, hard docking, and it was achieved by Gemini 8. This mission, commanded by Neil Armstrong, made history on March 16, 1966, by achieving the first ever docking between two spacecraft in orbit. However, this mission also demonstrated the extreme dangers of space exploration. Shortly after docking, a faulty maneuvering thruster caused the combined spacecraft to enter a dangerous, wild spin. Armstrong's remarkable calm and swift piloting skills brought the spacecraft under control and saved the day, safely bringing the mission to an early but successful conclusion. This almost superhuman ability to remain composed under extreme pressure would later prove absolutely vital for Armstrong during the Apollo 11 moon landing mission. The successful missions of Project Gemini, which ran through 1966, achieved all of NASA's major objectives. The program had successfully perfected the ability to rendezvous, man dock in orbit, proved the endurance of astronauts and spacecraft during long missions, and mastered spacewalking techniques. In total, American astronauts flew 16 crewed missions across Project Mercury and Project Gemini in just 5 years, learning critical lessons about how to eat, sleep, work, and walk in space. These lessons were the absolutely necessary precursor to the Apollo program. With Gemini's successes, NASA was now ready to take the next, incredibly complex, giant leap toward fulfilling President Kennedy's bold vision. The high-risk path to the moon was now officially ready to be traveled. Chapter 5. The Apollo 1 Tragedy. Redesigning the command module for safety. The American space program, driven by President Kennedy's promise to land a man on the moon, had successfully moved through the pioneering phases of Project Mercury and Project Gemini. American astronauts had learned how to eat, sleep, work, and walk in space, and they'd mastered the vital skill of orbital rendezvous and docking. Everything was leading toward the immense undertaking known as the Apollo program, which was intended to fulfill Kennedy's commitment to reach the moon before the decade was out. But before the Apollo program could even launch its first crewed mission, it would face its darkest hour. A tragedy that cost 3 lives and temporarily halted America's drive toward the stars. The enormous pressure on NASA and its contractors to achieve the moon landing by 1970 led to a rush in the design and development of the incredibly complex Apollo spacecraft. Even after 5 years of development and testing, the spacecraft was known to be riddled with defects. The spacecraft that was supposed to carry the first Americans into orbit was the Apollo Command Module. On January 27, 1967, the crew of the first planned mission, Apollo 1, was sealed inside this module for a routine dress rehearsal of the launch countdown. This test was known as a plugs-out test, meaning the spacecraft was operating on its own internal power, simulating the exact conditions of a launch without the rocket being fueled. The three astronauts inside were Command Pilot Gus Grissom, Senior Pilot Ed White, and rookie astronaut Roger Chaffee. Grissom was one of America's most experienced astronauts, a member of NASA's first astronaut group, the Mercury 7, who had already flown into space aboard tiny one-person capsules. Ed White was already a historic figure, having been the first American to walk in space during the Gemini program. Roger Chaffee was a former spy plane pilot who had flown reconnaissance missions during the Cuban Missile Crisis. Right from the beginning of the test, things weren't going well. The crew struggled with constant communications problems between the capsule and the support teams in the control room, and Grissom was becoming frustrated. On previous ground tests, astronauts had already dealt with other serious issues like coolant leaks, problems with the plumbing in the environmental system, and numerous short circuits in the 20 miles of electrical wiring that filled the spacecraft. As the crew prepared to resume the countdown, they were suddenly cut short by a frightening alert. A voice called out, "Hey! We've got a fire in the cockpit!" Within moments, the command module was engulfed in flames, and all three astronauts were tragically killed. The disaster occurred while the spacecraft was still on the launch pad, surrounded by help, yet escape proved impossible. The atmosphere inside the cabin during the test was pure oxygen. While this atmosphere was beneficial in space, on the ground, it created an extremely dangerous environment. In pure oxygen, even materials that are normally fire-resistant burst instantly into flame, turning the capsule into an incinerator within seconds. The exact cause of the fire was never definitively determined, but investigators believed it was most likely a spark from damaged wiring somewhere in the lower equipment bay that ignited the flammable materials. The command module's poor design then compounded the disaster. The spacecraft's hatch was a heavy, multi-piece design that opened inwards. The pressure inside the capsule, rapidly building from the intense heat of the fire, sealed the inward opening hatch shut, making escape physically impossible for the trapped crew. Even if the pressure hadn't been an issue, the inner hatch was fixed in place with 6 large bolts, which had to be manually unscrewed with a wrench. This process would have taken precious minutes, which the astronauts didn't have. The loss of Gus Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee during a routine test on the ground, and not during a rocket launch or in orbit, was a devastating blow to NASA. The tragedy of Apollo 1 exposed critical flaws in the spacecraft's design and severe shortcomings in the safety culture of NASA and its contractors. The command module had been a tinderbox waiting to ignite. This disaster left NASA's public image in tatters, raising serious questions about the entire Apollo program and the feasibility of achieving the moon goal. In the wake of this disaster, NASA immediately put the Apollo program on hold and made a solemn commitment to fix the errors and redesign the entire Apollo spacecraft with safety as the unquestionable top priority. The intensive investigation revealed numerous critical issues, from the highly flammable nylon materials used throughout the cabin to the inadequate emergency procedures. The changes enacted were sweeping and fundamental, born from the sacrifice of the Apollo 1 crew. The highly flammable nylon materials used in the cabin and the astronauts' suits were swapped out for non-flammable, fire-resistant cloth. The extensive electrical wiring system was replaced with fireproof wiring. At launch, the capsule was pressurized with a safer oxygen-nitrogen mix, instead of pure oxygen, reducing the immediate fire risk. Most crucially, the dangerous multi-piece inward opening hatch was completely redesigned. The new version, known as the improved Block 2 model, had a single-piece hatch that opened outward and could be opened in just 7 seconds in an emergency. The immense changes forced by the tragedy ultimately led to a much safer, more reliable spacecraft, saving lives in future missions by forcing NASA to correct critical flaws in its design. The focus then shifted to proving that the redesigned command and service module was sound. After a necessary series of successful uncrewed test flights, the next mission to carry American astronauts would be Apollo 7. The crew for Apollo 7, including mission commander Wally Schirra, had actually been the backup crew for the ill-fated Apollo 1 mission. Schirra, like Grissom, was a veteran of the original Mercury 7 astronaut corps. Their central mission was to give the newly redesigned Apollo spacecraft a thorough shakedown, testing every single system in the demanding environment of Earth orbit. The crew successfully put the spacecraft through its paces, performing navigation exercises and practicing the intricate docking maneuvers using their spent rocket booster as a target. Apollo 7 accomplished all of its demanding objectives, proving that the new command and service module was safe and reliable. The success of Apollo 7 meant the Apollo program was officially back on track. The groundwork was now laid for the true giant leaps to come, including the unprecedented journey that would take the next crew far beyond Earth's reach and into lunar orbit. Chapter 6. The Mighty Saturn V, carrying Americans to lunar orbit on Apollo 8. After the tragedy of Apollo 1 and the necessary redesign of the command module, the American space program slowly found its footing again. The successful Earth orbit mission of Apollo 7 proved that the new, safer spacecraft, the Block 2 model, was reliable. Now, NASA needed to take the next enormous step toward fulfilling President Kennedy's promise. That next step required a rocket unlike anything built before. The plan to land on the Moon, the one that used the lunar orbital rendezvous technique, still needed a launch vehicle powerful enough to lift the heavy command module, the service module, and the lunar module up off Earth and send them on a journey of nearly 240,000 miles. This vehicle was the Saturn V rocket. Traveling to the Moon required the largest rocket NASA had ever designed. This colossal machine, standing over 110 meters tall, dwarfed all previous American rockets. It was taller than a 36-story building. Designed by the team led by the German-born rocket scientist Wernher von Braun, the Saturn V was the ultimate workhorse of the Apollo program. The Saturn V was built in 3 separate stages, each firing sequentially to push the spacecraft further and faster. The first stage was the mighty foundation, equipped with 5 enormous F-1 engines. These engines burned through 500,000 gallons of kerosene and liquid oxygen in just 2.5 minutes, delivering an incredible combined thrust of 7.5 million pounds. This power was needed just to lift the colossal mass of the spacecraft against Earth's gravity. The second and third stages of the rocket took over once the first stage was jettisoned. They carried the spacecraft first to Earth orbit, and then finally delivered the push needed to send the capsule onwards to the Moon. The sheer scale of the Saturn V symbolized America's determination to complete the incredible engineering task set before the nation. As engineers worked to perfect this massive machine, the geopolitical pressure of the Cold War continued to mount. In April 1968, a CIA report suggested that the Soviet Union, was preparing to send cosmonauts on a circumnavigation mission around the moon. America simply couldn't allow the Soviets to beat them to another historic first. To preempt this move, NASA decided on a daring change of plan. Apollo 8, which was originally intended as a simple test of the lunar module in Earth orbit, would instead be sent on an unprecedented mission to orbit the moon. The furthest any human had traveled from Earth's surface until then was only 850 miles. Apollo 8's crew would travel an astonishing 240,000 miles from home, entering an environment where there would be absolutely no hope of rescue if their spacecraft failed. The crew chosen for this high-stakes mission were Commander Frank Borman, Command Module Pilot Jim Lovell, and Lunar Module Pilot Bill Anders. Borman was an Air Force colonel, a test pilot, and an aeronautical engineer. Lovell knew Borman intimately, as they had spent a record-breaking and grueling 14 days orbiting the Earth together in the tiny Gemini 7 spacecraft, proving that humans could endure long-duration spaceflight. Anders's job was to survey the moon's surface, searching for suitable landing sites for the future missions. On December 21st, 1968, Borman, Lovell, and Anders became the first astronauts to ride the mighty Saturn V rocket. The powerful blast-off was a success, and after a 3-day journey through the void of space, Apollo 8 arrived at its destination. When Apollo 8 reached the moon, the crew had to execute an extremely precise maneuver, firing their large SPS engine to slow down and be captured by the moon's gravity. If the engine didn't fire for exactly the correct amount of time, the spacecraft could crash into the moon or be uncontrollably hurled into deep space. As the spacecraft passed around the far side of the moon, the astronauts became the first humans to lose direct contact with Earth. Their radio signals were completely blocked by the lunar surface, and the staff at Mission Control in Houston waited nervously for news. Borman, Lovell, and Anders were the first humans to view the lunar surface up close. Over the next 20 hours, Apollo 8 completed 10 orbits around the moon. They provided detailed descriptions of the stark beauty and desolate appearance of the lunar surface, gathering crucial data that would pave the way for Apollo 11's later touchdown. But the most incredible thing they saw wasn't the moon at all. It was their home planet. On the third orbit, Bill Anders captured one of history's most remarkable photos, Earthrise. This image showed our planet, a small blue marble suspended in the blackness of space, rising above the bleak lunar horizon. The photograph was peaceful and breathtaking, and it became one of the most iconic images of the 20th century. It offered the world a brand new perspective on our fragile place in the cosmos. This mission took place at the end of 1968, which had been a difficult year for the United States, marked by deep national division, the war in Vietnam, and the assassinations of both Martin Luther King, Jr., and Robert Kennedy. For NASA and the nation, the success of Apollo 8 brought much-needed hope. On Christmas Eve, as millions of people around the world tuned in, the Apollo 8 crew made a live television broadcast directly from lunar orbit. In a moment that resonated across cultures and beliefs, the astronauts read the first 10 verses from the Book of Genesis. Borman closed the broadcast with a message of hope, sharing his wish for peace and a Merry Christmas to all people on the good earth. The success of Apollo 8 demonstrated the feasibility of navigating to the moon and returning safely. It proved that the colossal Saturn V rocket could deliver astronauts to lunar orbit, and that the spacecraft systems could function reliably in deep space. The mission provided invaluable experience in the complex maneuvers required for lunar orbit insertion and trans-Earth injection. After 7 years of intense research, NASA had flown 3 astronauts 240,000 miles from home and into lunar orbit. Apollo 8 flew within 69 miles of the moon's surface. For the first time, it seemed truly possible that NASA might meet President Kennedy's ambitious goal and land an astronaut on the moon before the end of the decade. But crossing that final small gap would be the greatest challenge of the Apollo program, one that still required a completely new and untested type of spacecraft, the lunar module. Chapter 7. Final tests, proving the lunar module's readiness for descent. The year 1968 closed with the incredible success of Apollo 8, a mission that had carried 3 American astronauts to the moon and brought them safely back home. This journey proved that the colossal Saturn V rocket and the redesigned command and service module were capable of traveling the 240,000 miles necessary for the lunar journey. The mission gave America and the world its first look at the stark beauty of the lunar surface and the iconic image of Earthrise. However, crossing that final small gap to the moon's surface would be the single greatest challenge of the Apollo program. It required a completely new and as yet untested type of spacecraft, the lunar module. The lunar module, or LM, was the crucial second part of the 2 spacecraft plan for the lunar landing. It was designed only to fly in the vacuum of space. This meant it didn't need the aerodynamic streamlining or the heavy heat shields required for travel through Earth's atmosphere. Engineers knew that every panel, bolt, and button had to be as light as possible so the craft could lift itself off the moon's surface after the landing. Because of its unusual insect-like appearance, one astronaut said it looked like cellophane and tin foil put together with Scotch tape and staples. The high-risk nature of the lunar landing plan meant that the command module, which contained the only heat shield, would have to remain in orbit around the moon, piloted by 1 astronaut. The 2 astronauts who descended in the lunar module would have no hope of rescue if they couldn't successfully redock with the command module after their surface mission. Because of this inherent danger, NASA had to test and perfect the lunar module systems in Earth orbit before any landing attempt could be made. In the wake of Apollo 8's daring journey to the moon, the next flight, Apollo 9, received far less public attention. The mission wasn't even going to leave Earth orbit. But within the astronaut corps, the first crewed flight of the lunar module was seen as an even more exciting challenge. The mission commander, Jim McDivitt, had actually turned down the chance to fly to the moon on Apollo 8, choosing Apollo 9 instead. Like many Apollo astronauts, he was a former test pilot, and this was his opportunity to test a brand new flying machine. Before the critical test flight of the lunar module could begin, the crew had a challenging maneuver to perform right after launch. The lunar module was folded inside the upper stage of the Saturn V rocket and needed to be extracted using the command and service module. McDivitt and his crew successfully performed this docking maneuver. After that, McDivitt and lunar module pilot Rusty Schweikart climbed aboard their lander, which they had given the call sign Spider. They undocked from the command module, which they called Gumdrop, leaving command module pilot Dave Scott behind to fly the command and service module. The crew then flew the lunar module over 100 miles away from the command module. This was a crucial test that demonstrated the lander's ability to operate completely independently in space. They tested both the ascent and descent engines, proving that the crew could safely navigate the small spacecraft and then fire the ascent stage, which would be necessary to get off the moon's surface. After these complex maneuvers, they successfully returned for a safe rendezvous and docking with the command module. The Apollo 9 mission proved that the critical lunar module was ready to fly to the moon. However, even with the successful testing of both the command module on Apollo 7 and the lunar module on Apollo 9, many critical unknowns remained before a safe landing could be attempted. NASA needed more experience in communications and tracking two separate spacecraft in lunar orbit. Plus, there were the challenges of rendezvous and docking in the moon's weaker gravitational environment. There was another critical unknown that posed a major risk. In 1968, NASA scientists discovered that the moon has a highly uneven gravitational field. This unevenness is caused by huge lumps of high-density material in its crust, known as mass concentrations or mascons. These mascons could exert an uneven pull on a spacecraft, potentially throwing it off course during the final descent. Before it was safe to attempt a landing, NASA would need to learn more about the mascons by examining their effect on another Apollo flight. Because of these remaining concerns, NASA decided that the next mission, Apollo 10, would be a full dress rehearsal for the first landing attempt. The crew would fly every single part of the mission, except for the final descent to the lunar surface. The Apollo 10 crew was Commander Tom Stafford, Command Module Pilot John Young, and Lunar Module Pilot Gene Cernan. All three men were veterans of the Gemini program, and with 5 missions between them, they were the most experienced crew ever sent into space up to that point. Stafford and Cernan entered the lunar module and flew it down to within just 9 miles of the moon's surface. This close approach demonstrated that the command module, the lunar module, and all their systems could operate successfully in the intense environment of lunar orbit. The crew successfully tested the radar, navigation, and landing procedures that Apollo 11 would soon use. The close flyby also allowed them to conduct reconnaissance, confirming the precise location of the primary landing site, which was known as the Sea of Tranquility. Their successful flight proved every phase of the mission, confirming that the high-risk lunar orbital rendezvous plan was viable. The success of Apollo 10 eliminated the remaining technical doubts about the spacecraft's functionality. Now, engineers, astronauts, and flight directors were confident that the mighty Saturn V, the command module, and the delicate lunar module were all ready for the final, defining step. After years of intense effort and numerous challenging tests, everything was finally in place. It was time to attempt the first moon landing. Chapter 8. Tranquility Base, fulfilling the promise of Apollo 11. After years of intense effort, profound tragedy, and numerous challenging test missions, including the crucial dress rehearsal of Apollo 10, everything was finally in place. It was time for the United States to attempt the greatest human adventure ever imagined, fulfilling President Kennedy's bold promise to land a man on the moon and return him safely to Earth. The mission, of course, was Apollo 11. The eyes of the world were turned toward Cape Kennedy, Florida, as 3 brave American astronauts prepared to embark on a journey that would redefine humanity's place in the cosmos. The commander of this historic mission was Neil Armstrong, a brilliant engineer and test pilot. Early in his career with NASA, he had flown the experimental X-15 rocket plane at speeds of almost 4,000 miles per hour. Armstrong had already proven his almost superhuman ability to remain calm under pressure during the Gemini 8 mission, where he saved the spacecraft from a catastrophic failure caused by a spinning thruster. This ability would prove vital in the minutes to come. Joining him as the lunar module pilot was Buzz Aldrin. Aldrin was a graduate of MIT and had written his doctoral thesis on piloting techniques for orbital rendezvous. He possessed an extraordinary understanding of orbital mechanics, and he had proven his expertise during his Gemini 12 flight when his spacecraft's rendezvous radar malfunctioned. He was able to compute the orbital maneuvers himself and successfully guide the capsule to a safe docking. The third member of the crew was Michael Collins, the command module pilot. His critical assignment was to remain aboard the command modules, which they called Columbia, while Armstrong and Aldrin descended to the moon. Collins often told reporters that he was going 99.9% of the way there, and that was fine with him. However, he would later recount his greatest fear, which was that Armstrong and Aldrin would somehow be stranded on the surface, forcing him to travel back to Earth alone. The launch date was July 16th, 1969. Leading up to that day, almost 1 million people were gathering at Cape Kennedy to watch the astronauts fly to the moon. But the atmosphere wasn't purely celebratory. As launch preparations were made, around 150 people, mostly African-American mothers and their children, arrived at the launch site to protest. They were led by the Reverend Ralph Abernathy, who had succeeded Dr. Martin Luther King as the leader of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Their message was simple. It was inhumane to spend billions of dollars sending men to the moon while 1 in 5 Americans lacked proper food, shelter, and health care. NASA Administrator Thomas Paine met with the protesters the evening before the launch. Paine explained to Abernathy that if they could solve the problems of poverty by simply not pushing the button to launch men to the moon, they wouldn't push that button. Their meeting resolved nothing, but it ended with a handshake and a promise by Abernathy that he would pray for the safe flight of the astronauts. The following day, 10 of the protesters were even invited into the VIP stands to watch the launch of Apollo 11. At 9:32 a.m. Eastern Time, the enormous Saturn V rocket thundered into the Florida sky. This massive machine, standing taller than a 36-story building, was the most powerful rocket ever built and the ultimate result of years of research and dedication. After a successful liftoff, the journey to the moon would take 4 days. Like all Apollo missions, Apollo 11 was carefully managed from the Mission Operations Control Room, which everyone knew as Mission Control, in Houston, Texas. Teams of flight controllers worked round the clock, overseeing the spacecraft's trajectory and every one of its onboard systems. On July 20th, Armstrong and Aldrin climbed into their lunar module, which they had named Eagle. They undocked and began their descent to the lunar surface. Armstrong's voice crackled through the radio, confirming that the lunar module had wings. Years of hard work and training had led to this moment, and the descent to the lunar surface would test their skills to the absolute limit. Back on Earth, the staff of Mission Control watched as Eagle passed behind the moon for a final time. They monitored every system in both spacecraft, guiding the astronauts through the complex flight plan. Then the tension ratcheted up when the success of the mission suddenly rested on the shoulders of a 26-year-old guidance officer named Steve Bales. The master alarm sounded in the lunar module cockpit, signaling that something was wrong. The simple display showed the numbers 1202, but neither Armstrong nor Aldrin knew exactly what this code meant. Flight Director Gene Kranz was seconds away from calling an abort, so he turned to Bales for answers. The alarm meant the guidance computer was overloaded. It had too many tasks to complete in its computing cycle and was dropping some in order to continue functioning. Without a working guidance computer, the astronauts would have been forced to abort the landing. But the alarm wasn't sounding continuously. This meant that most computational cycles were still being completed properly. Bales made the critical decision that as long as the problem was only intermittent, the landing could continue. The controller relayed the information, and the landing was given a go. However, there was another problem almost immediately. The lunar module was approaching the surface too fast, and the computer had overshot its intended landing site. The computer was now guiding the lunar module toward a massive football stadium-sized crater, surrounded by a field of car-sized boulders. With the lunar module almost out of fuel, Armstrong took manual control. Mission Control could only watch, knowing that the success of the landing now rested entirely on Armstrong's piloting skills. As Armstrong expertly guided the fragile craft over the hazardous terrain, the fuel gauges dropped lower and lower. Finally, with almost no fuel remaining, the landing probes touched the surface, and the contact light came on. Armstrong's calm voice crackled through millions of radios and televisions back on Earth. Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed. An estimated 600 million people watched the moonwalk on television. Families gathered around their television sets, and even New York's Times Square fell silent as humanity witnessed this historic moment together. As his boot touched the powdery lunar surface, Armstrong uttered the immortal words that it was one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Aldrin joined Armstrong on the surface, and together they spent over 2 hours exploring this alien world. They collected rock samples, set up scientific experiments, and took photographs. The lunar module carried a plaque that was later placed on the leg that read that men from the planet Earth first set foot upon the moon in July 1969, and that they came in peace for all mankind. This powerful sentiment captured the mission's significance, not just as an American achievement, but as a defining milestone for all of humanity. The raising of the American flag was a symbol of the nation's technological triumph and the fulfillment of President Kennedy's daring promise. The Apollo 11 crew returned home as heroes, their names now forever etched amongst those of the greatest explorers in history. They brought back not only moon rocks and scientific data, but a brand new perspective on our planet. The sight of Earth from space, a small blue marble in the vastness of space, underscored the fragility and unity of our world. President Kennedy's goal had been accomplished. The Apollo 11 mission showcased the incredible technological achievements of the space race and the triumph of American ingenuity. But now that the immediate political goal was met, interest in space exploration began to fade. NASA's budget was severely slashed, meaning there would only be resources for 6 more lunar flights. The new mission for the remaining Apollo flights would shift completely to science, trying to unlock the mysteries of the moon's origins. Chapter 9. The Successful Failure. Surviving the Apollo 13, Crisis and Final Science. After the incredible success of Apollo 11, America had fulfilled President Kennedy's promise to land a man on the moon and return him safely to Earth. The technological feat was astounding, but once the main political goal was accomplished, interest in space exploration began to fade. As a result, NASA's budget was severely slashed, meaning there would only be resources for 6 more lunar flights. The new mission for the remaining Apollo flights would shift completely to science, trying to unlock the mysteries of the moon's origins and understand the story of the early solar system. The third lunar landing attempt, Apollo 13, marked this shift toward scientific discovery. While previous missions had largely been test flights of the spacecraft, Apollo 13 would focus on gathering scientific data. It was scheduled to land at the Fra Mauro Highlands, an ancient terrain that engineers believed could provide insight into the very origins of the solar system. The mission patch for Apollo 13 featured the Latin words ex luna, scientia, which translates to from the moon, knowledge. The mission commander was veteran astronaut Jim Lovell, who had traveled further and spent more time in space than any other astronaut at that time. He was already a hero, having flown on Gemini 7 with Frank Borman, Gemini 12 with Buzz Aldrin, and his trip around the moon on Apollo 8. He was joined by 2 rookie astronauts, Lunar Module pilot Fred Hayes and Command Module pilot Ken Mattingly. However, just 2 days before launch, Mattingly was exposed to German measles and replaced by another astronaut, Jack Swigert. This last-minute change was a difficult blow for a crew that had trained so intensely together. Despite the change, the mission launched on April 11, 1970. The flight was extremely normal for the first couple of days. 2 days, 7 hours, and 46 minutes into the mission, the Apollo 13 crew had just completed a live television broadcast on their way to the moon. Because public interest in the Apollo program was already fading, no U.S. television network would even carry their show. As the astronauts packed away their camera equipment, they began a few routine housekeeping procedures. Mission Control then radioed the command to stir the cryogenic oxygen tanks. The command and service module was powered by 3 fuel cells that generated electricity by mixing hydrogen and oxygen. The oxygen was stored as a very cold liquid in 2 storage tanks. The reason for stirring the tanks was that in 0 gravity, the temperature and density of the liquid oxygen could become uneven, making it difficult to accurately measure how much was left. The solution was simply to stir the liquid oxygen with a fan. When Jack Swigert turned that fan on, disaster struck. During a ground test just a few weeks earlier, a heater inside oxygen tank number 2 had been accidentally left on, baking its interior to over 500 degrees Celsius. This intense heat had damaged the Teflon insulation around the wires leading to the fan. When Swigert flipped the switch, electrical current arced across those damaged wires, starting a fire. The immense pressure of the expanding gas turned the oxygen tank into a bomb. The crew immediately knew they had a problem, and Jim Lovell radioed the chilling news. "Houston, we've had a problem." Lovell then glanced out the side window of the command module, and he saw that they were venting gas of some sort. Their second oxygen tank had also been damaged in the blast and was quickly bleeding its contents into space. Without oxygen, the astronauts would soon have nothing left to breathe, let alone to generate electricity for their life support systems. Faced with the deadliest perils of spaceflight, the staff at Mission Control frantically worked to understand what had happened to the spacecraft. They quickly realized there was only one chance for survival. Apollo 13's lunar module, which they called Aquarius, still had its own oxygen, fuel, and a descent engine that could be used to put them on a course back to Earth. The astronauts had no choice but to use the lunar module as a lifeboat. The crew had to shut down the command module, which they called Odyssey, to preserve its tiny reserve of battery power for re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. All three men then climbed into the two-person lunar module. Conditions were incredibly cramped and bitterly cold. NASA staff in mission control worked around the clock to solve countless engineering and navigation problems that put the astronauts' lives in constant danger. One of the most serious problems they faced was stopping the astronauts from being poisoned by their own exhaled carbon dioxide. The lunar module used round canisters of lithium hydroxide to filter carbon dioxide from the air, but there weren't enough of these canisters to support 3 astronauts for the entire trip back. The command module used a similar system, but those canisters were square-shaped. Ingenuity saved the day. NASA staff, remembering a procedure developed for Apollo 8, quickly relayed instructions to the crew to build a makeshift air purifier. The device was cobbled together out of cardboard, tape, and an astronaut's sock, using the command module's square canisters. It worked perfectly, successfully removing the poisonous carbon dioxide from the cabin's atmosphere. Having survived the treacherous flight back to Earth, the crew faced the terrifying prospect of re-entry into the atmosphere. They climbed back into the dark and freezing command module and jettisoned Aquarius, the lunar module lifeboat, which wouldn't survive re-entry. Lovell bade farewell to the lunar module, thanking it for saving their lives. The command module had been powered down and left in freezing conditions for days. There were fears that its heat shield might have cracked when the oxygen tank exploded, or that the parachutes might have frozen solid. The astronauts were expected to be out of radio contact with Houston for 4 agonizing minutes during the re-entry blackout period. But 4 minutes passed, then 5, with no word from the crew. Finally, after 6 agonizing minutes, Odyssey reappeared, and the astronauts' voices crackled through the speakers. They had survived. Apollo 13 failed to land on the moon, but against all the odds, and through incredible determination and ingenuity on the ground and in space, NASA brought Lovell, Hayes, and Swigert home safely. The mission became known forever after as the successful failure. After the Apollo 13 close call, NASA engineers reinforced the necessity of rigorous safety standards and contingency planning. The intense focus on problem-solving under pressure demonstrated the value of the rigorous training given to both the astronauts and the mission control staff. Despite the near catastrophe, the focus quickly returned to science. The final chapter of the Apollo program would see its greatest scientific discoveries. These final 3 missions were the most scientifically productive, equipped with advanced hardware. The upgraded lunar modules carried enough supplies to support astronauts for 3 days, and new spacesuits and backpacks enabled spacewalks as long as 7 hours. Crucially, the later missions brought the new lunar rover, which allowed astronauts to explore much larger areas of the moon's surface. This final trio of missions included Apollo 14, commanded by returning hero Alan Shepard, who was the first American in space. Shepard successfully achieved a pinpoint, landing and ventured further from his lunar module than previous astronauts. Apollo 15, commanded by Dave Scott, made one of the biggest geological discoveries of the program when they unearthed a chunk of anorthosite, a piece of the moon's primordial crust that was 4.5 billion years old. Apollo 17, the final flight, prepared to depart on December the 7th, 1972. The launch was the only night launch of a Saturn V rocket, and its blazing exhaust plume lit up the sky. The crew included Harrison Schmitt, a professional geologist who was the only scientist astronaut to walk on the moon. Schmitt and Commander Gene Cernan spent a total of 22 hours walking on the moon, traveling 19 miles across its surface with the lunar rover, and collected more scientific data than any other mission. Cernan and Schmidt would be the last humans to walk on the moon in the 20th century. As the Apollo program came to an end in 1972, NASA was already preparing for new adventures in spaceflight that would focus on long-term presence and international cooperation. Chapter 10. The Next Era, From Orbital Handshakes to the Artemis Return. The final steps of the Apollo program were taken in 1972 when Commander Gene Cernan and astronaut geologist Harrison Schmitt departed the moon on Apollo 17, concluding humanity's great adventure of the 20th century. Cernan was the last person to have set foot on the moon as of June 2021. As he climbed back into the lunar module at the end of the mission, he bade farewell to the moon, sharing his hope that humans would soon return. With the Apollo program complete, the immediate political goal of beating the Soviets to the moon was achieved. The space race, which had propelled so much ingenuity and competition, was beginning to cool down. Both nations soon began to see the immense benefits of actually working together in space. This shift in attitude away from fierce competition and toward collaboration ushered in a new era of space exploration. The first true signs of this shift came in the mid-1970s, as NASA was preparing for new adventures in spaceflight, including the first U.S. space station, Skylab, which would launch in 1973. Meanwhile, the Soviet Union had already launched Salyut 1, the world's first space station, in 1971. These orbital outposts were designed to allow cosmonauts and astronauts to spend months in space, conducting scientific experiments and pushing the limits of human endurance. The pivotal moment that symbolized the end of the space race came in 1975 with the Apollo-Soyuz test project. This historic mission brought together the United States and the Soviet Union in a spectacular display of international cooperation. The groundbreaking endeavor involved the complex docking of an American Apollo spacecraft with a Soviet Soyuz spacecraft in orbit, a feat that would have seemed completely impossible just a few years earlier. The mission crews represented the best of both nations. The U.S. crew included astronaut Tom Stafford, and the Soviet crew was led by cosmonaut Alexei Leonov. These men, who were once fierce competitors in the race to space, now worked together toward a single common goal. One of the biggest technical challenges was overcoming the differences between the two countries' spacecraft systems, requiring engineers from both sides to collaborate on creating a compatible docking mechanism. The result was the Apollo docking mechanism, a true testament to international collaboration. On July 17, 1975, the world watched as the two spacecraft successfully docked in orbit. When the hatches opened and the crews met face to face, it symbolized much more than just a technical achievement. The handshake between Stafford and Leonov, broadcast live around the world, became an iconic image of cooperation, transcending political differences and marking the symbolic end of the space race era. Over the next 2 days, the combined crews conducted joint experiments and shared meals, demonstrating that peaceful cooperation in space was not only possible, but highly beneficial for scientific progress. The success of the Apollo-Soyuz test project had enormous implications, proving that space exploration could serve as a powerful platform for unity, even during times of geopolitical tension on Earth. The mission laid the essential groundwork for future international partnerships, including the Shuttle Mir program and, eventually, the International Space Station. Following the final Apollo flight in 1972, NASA ushered in the next era of American spaceflight with the Space Shuttle program. The first flight of the reusable Space Shuttle came in 1981, commanded by Apollo astronaut John Young. The Space Shuttle would serve as America's primary vehicle for crewed spaceflight for 30 years, performing functions like deploying satellites and maintaining the new orbital platforms. The legacy of cooperation that began with Apollo-Soyuz grew into the grandest partnership in human history, the International Space Station, or ISS. Planning for the ISS began in the 1980s, bringing together major space agencies from around the globe, including NASA, the Russian space agency Roscosmos, the European Space Agency, the Japanese Space Agency JAXA, and the Canadian Space Agency. The ISS began to take shape in 1998. Today, it is the largest human-made object in orbit, a testament to human ingenuity and collaboration, with astronauts and cosmonauts from various nations living and working together high above the Earth. The ISS functions as a floating laboratory where researchers study everything from the human body's adaptation to microgravity, to the testing of technologies essential for deep space exploration, like water recycling and oxygen generation. As the 21st century began, another revolutionary shift occurred: the rise of the private space industry. This new era was spearheaded by companies like SpaceX, founded by Elon Musk in 2002 with the ambitious goal of reducing the cost of space travel and eventually paving the way for the colonization of Mars. SpaceX achieved historic milestones by focusing on innovation, particularly the development of reusable rocket technology. In 2015, the company successfully landed its Falcon 9 booster after launch, a feat many experts had thought impossible. This achievement dramatically reduced the cost of access to space. The culmination of their efforts in human spaceflight came in 2020 with the launch of the Crew Dragon spacecraft carrying NASA astronauts to the ISS. This mission restored America's ability to launch astronauts from its own soil, a capability that had been lost after the Space Shuttle's retirement in 2011. The success of commercial partners has fostered a new model for space exploration, combining public sector goals with private sector efficiency. This collaboration is vital for NASA's Artemis program, the agency's renewed commitment to return to the Moon. Announced in 2019, the Artemis program aims to return humans to the lunar surface, but with a new vision that goes far beyond the brief visits of the Apollo era. The goal is to establish a sustainable human presence on our celestial neighbor, paving the way for even bolder explorations to Mars and beyond. The program intends to land the first woman and the first person of color on the Moon. Artemis embraces global collaboration, partnering with space agencies from around the world. At its core are two key components: the Massive Space Launch System, or SLS, designed to be the most powerful rocket ever built, and the Orion spacecraft, which will carry astronauts safely through deep space. Artemis 1 successfully launched as an uncrewed test flight in 2022, demonstrating the capabilities of the SLS and Orion. The ultimate goal is Artemis 3, the mission that will finally return humans to the lunar surface. The history of the American space race began with intense competition and Cold War rivalry, but it has evolved into an era defined by shared effort and global exploration. The ambition to explore space is no longer solely an American or a Russian goal. It's a shared human aspiration, moving toward a sustainable presence on the moon and, eventually, the development of technologies for the first crewed missions to Mars. That brings us to the end of this compilation. Tonight, we moved through three very different corners of American history, from the mystery of Roswell to the hidden world of Project MKUltra, and finally to the long and quiet rise of the space race. Each one holds its own place in the story of the country. And I hope the slow pace helped you unwind a little as you listened. Thank you for spending your time here and for letting these longer compilations keep you company. I put them together so you have something steady to drift off to. And I'm always grateful that you choose to relax with these stories. If you're still awake right now, I hope you're feeling calm and settled. And if you've already drifted off, that's even better. Rest well, and I'll see you again next week with a new story from Sleepy America Tales.